tricky to navigate because when you think about where sentiment is on inflation, everybody's expecting higher inflation. That's been priced in. Those are the expectations. So if you get a data print that is essentially in line, there's asymmetric risk to the upside in risk assets because the expectation was for CPI to miss to the upside and to be much hotter. And so it's really what's priced in, and this is why we continue to think that the market will continue to march higher because the room we're in, there's doom and gloom about where these policies are taking the U.S. economy. So far, the data are much better than expected, and so therefore the market moved higher, and earnings are moving higher. Like in the end, the S&P is not the real economy. Something really important to keep in mind. We say it to our clients all the time. I think this year has really shown that the earnings are growing now. Earnings came in 2.5 times better than expected June 30th for the second quarter. That raises estimates for the rest of the year, that's moving the market higher. The multiple saying at 22 times forward, it's the earnings estimates that are moving higher.
I hear what you're saying, but you look at the specifics of this earnings season, it's not that corporate America is immune from these tariffs. There was some great examples in Peter Buchar's note this morning, talking about Elf Beauty, talking about their costs, Caterpillar, Colgate-Palmolive, Kimberly-Clark, Apple, the list goes on and on. So companies, it seems like they're content to sort of let it eat into their margins at this point. But do you see a scenario where these companies start to try to pass on these costs to these exhausted consumers?
So I think that's the risk out there. Part of the reason we're in a higher multiple world is that the margins on the S&P have marched higher over the last 30 years and really turbocharged in the last few years because of the top 10 stocks and the massive margin growth you've seen in the tech stocks. So the question is here, it's $370 billion of tariff revenue, and who's paying for it? So it's not the exporter, so it's either the importer, the company, or it's a pass-through to the consumer. I think that's where the risk really lies here. And if that is the issue for the market, who's paying for the tariffs? Because you're either hurting margins for corporates or you're passing it through to the consumer, which will be a very, very quick impact on growth, which is the argument for why the Fed should be cutting, because the impact to growth is probably higher than the impact on inflation.
By the way, we're listening to Damian Sachsauer this morning talk about the dollar versus EM currencies, and the outlook isn't great. We've seen the dollar obviously lose already 10% from a pretty high peak, though. Does that continue to weaken? Because that's problematic if you get these tariffs and a weaker dollar.
So our teams think that there's some room here for the dollar to weaken, but the velocity of the sell-off in the dollar is likely behind us. I mean, that first quarter was the dramatic, anti-trade that everybody was in, right? So it was the dollar weaker, US down, rest of the world outperforming. The performance of the rest of the world is intimately linked to the performance of the US dollar. Weaker dollar means rest of the world outperforms. I don't need to know anything else. That's the one variable you need to know. So as we look forward, if you think there's some weakness in the dollar ahead, the outperformance of the rest of the world likely continues for this year. But unless you think that the dollar is really going to collapse here, I think the velocity of the move is behind us. So our teams throughout the bank really think we're looking at a few percentage points, but nothing like not another 10 or 11% going forward.
Well, when it comes to that relationship, the performance of the dollar and how the rest of the world is performing, I'm taking a look at the Bloomberg Dollar Index right now. We saw that collapse at the start of the year, as you described, but we've really been in a range for the past couple of weeks, maybe the past few months. Does that mean that the U.S. can catch up here? Is it about the direction of travel or the outright level?
So that's a great question. As you know, markets trade on the second derivative, the rate of change. The rate of change is now less than what it was, right? Less than what it was. We think for the end of the year, rest of world will have an outperformance. However, if you go back to April 8th to today, the U.S. has outperformed the rest of the world by about 800 basis points. So the U.S. has outperformed since that cataclysmic day, April 8th, where the tariffs hit. The U.S. market was down about 19.5% before the open, and the U.S. has outperformed ever since. We think that actually continues through the rest of the year. From here, even though by year end, you'll still have the rest of the world outperforming the U.S. simply because the U.S. dollar will be down about 11 to 12, 13% for the year.
So many moving parts, right? And so many, it's the second derivative point that I can't get my head around, but
All these different cross.
Everybody talks about levels, and when this happens, this happens. That's not how markets move. It's on the rate of change, and whether it's slightly better than expected, slightly worse than expected, and that's the direction of travel. We raised our numbers on the S&P just yesterday. Earnings are moving higher.
All right, Alicia, really great to get some time with you. On the heels, of course, of that raise, that is BNY Mellon's Alicia Levine. Meanwhile, let's get a check on the stock market right now. We're just about 7 minutes into the session, and we're looking at a fresh intraday record high for the S&P 500, higher by about 0.4% at this moment. You take a look at the breadth here. You do have more green than red, 380 or so names gaining right now on your big benchmark, 121 in the red. You take a look at what is gaining. We're sorting by percent change right now. A little bit more interesting if you sort by points. You can see that Apple is really driving this market higher in terms of its points contribution. There we go. Apple, Amazon, Broadcom, NVIDIA, AMD, tech doing the heavy lifting here to get us to a fresh record. Take a look at the downside. This is interesting. Walmart is your biggest loser, followed by Costco. You also have Kroger in the mix as well. We know that Amazon announced plans to expand same-day fresh food delivery. That is taking a bite out of some of these grocery names. And you can see that on the sector level as well. If we take a look at that view, a lot of green. Same with the individual stocks. You have 10 of 11 sectors in the green right now, led by consumer discretionary. A lot of that is tech in disguise. But down there at the bottom, consumer staples now down by 0.8%. That is your sole loser in this market right now, Matt.
All right, yeah, not a lot of losers. We're at intraday record highs, no matter what index you look at right now. The one problem spot in today's market seems to be, at least in terms of the individual movers, food makers.
Yeah.
Fast casual is having a problem, except for the sandwich shop Potbelly. It continues its turnaround tail. If you look over the last couple of years, it's doubled the shares this year to date, up 36%. We'll talk to the company's CEO, Bob, right next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Welcome back to the circuit. This time, we're taking you to the frontiers.
Do we have a camera or do we, you know what, I'll lose you, Emily, in all of this.
Stargate, what's happening down in your books? What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure bill in human history.
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast.
When did you realize, oh my gosh, my life is never gonna be the same?
The day I got engaged, I was like, whoa, what have I bitten off here?
Where the future gets real.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident.
So the tech companies are lying or fudging it.
It's become a little weird.
What's the point of this?
What is the point of any of this?
Tune into season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Chang, Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg TV.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes and readings of global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you Bob.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives,
And laying the foundation for the future.
from finance to defense, AI.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on YouTube, simulcasting on X Spaces, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're live streaming on August 13th. We're going to also replay on the multiple channels that I have. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. We were supposed to live stream on Rumble today, but there's some issue with the streaming function in the Rumble studio for desktops, laptops, or even mobile devices. So I don't know what's going on there. It seems like it's an overall issue. So I tried to root cause it. I wasn't able to do a live stream on Rumble. Once that is resolved, hopefully we'll do that tomorrow. So thank you for joining. Please help support the work that I do. All these videos that I do are for free. We're going to talk about the markets, about the news, the breaking news, and we're going to dive in a little bit more about some of the way the markets are moving today. The big news in the overall domestic news cycle is the summit that's going to be taking place on Friday in Anchorage, Alaska, between Trump and Putin. So I suspect that as we get closer to Friday, there's going to be a lot of rumblings about this summit. So we're going to cover it, but please help support the work that I do. All these videos are for free. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Ask your social media to follow me. Follow me on X, GETTR, on the different video channels that I just mentioned. Also, if you'd like to help support the work, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I don't put anything behind a paywall. All these videos that I do that's covering the news are for free. So please help support the work that I do. I have great products on my store, ebooks, supplements, also course material on pulmonology and immunology that you can purchase to help support the work that I do. So let's just talk really quick about one product, a great product that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint. You can also get it in lavender, very high quality. The charcoal tea tree and the lemongrass. So get a couple bars of these structural nano silver soaps, very high quality. Use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Now let's listen in to Bloomberg.
How much can consumers actually take on, and how much of your margin can you afford to give up?
You know, if you go back to when I got here, we had really damaged the value proposition of the brand as a whole. In fact, we rebuilt the menu back in 2021 to correct for that. And so we've been very careful about pricing against that core menu. In fact, I talk about our 3 layers of value and how protective we are of those here at Potbelly. Intrinsic value, which is just the menu itself, what we sell, what we implement, how we elevate quality there. Our everyday value with pick your pair and some of our everyday items like our $7.99 skinny combo. And then we do a lot of promotional value work through our digital app and our web and our Perks loyalty program. So we're very protective. When we price, we only price to cover inflation, and we're stingy with that. In fact, last year in the fourth quarter, we pulled a planned price increase, and we've already shared with the analysts and with our investors that we're actually reducing the price increase that would have originally been planned for fourth quarter this year. There's a lot of work that goes into maintaining and managing those commodity costs, but our job, I think, is to be very, very careful not to hurt that value equation for the customer.
Bob, I've only been in your store on 52nd Street, but it's like a cool place to hang out, and you can eat there if you want. The restaurants that have had trouble, like Sweet Green or Kava, it's more like just a conveyor belt of salads. How do you, and the ones that have done well, like Chili's, are obviously, dine-in meeting places. How do you strike the right balance there?
First time I had Potbelly, food was actually at a airport. I believe I think it was in Chicago. It was either in Chicago or somewhere down south, but it was in an airport. Fast food's terrible for you. You're better off making sure that you cook your food at home, healthy, and it's cheaper. Now, what I want to do is go over the market right now. The markets are open in New York. Right now, the time is 9:48 a.m. So the S&P 500 is trading at 6,476. Now, I have a year-end target of 6,800 to 7,000 by year-end, especially if the Federal Reserve lowers rates. Now, some people think that the Federal Reserve will lower 25 basis points. I think that most likely in October. Some people are saying in maybe September, but I think they're going to lower 25 basis points. There are others that think that there's going to be 2 cuts this year for a total of 50 basis points. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think it's going to be 25 and they're going to wait. Part of the reason, annualized inflation is at 3.1%. So it's a little bit above that target of the 2%. So that needs to come in before the Federal Reserve really can lower rates. Now, the VIX index is trading at 14, so there's low risk, so there's risk taking. So we're going to see equities continue to go up. Another great bellwether that I look at for how equities are going to do is the trading pair between the United States dollar and the Japanese yen. That's trading at 147.36. Like I said, as long as it stays above 145, we're in a good zone. When we were having problems in April, that was trading, close to 140. So we're good with Japanese yen. Euro USD is trading at 1.17. We are seeing a little bit of a weakness of the dollar. All right. And so we're going to see Euro most likely appreciate. Oil is trading at 63.07. There's some back news on that. Some of it is an additional barrels of oil are coming on the market from OPEC plus. But I also think that there's a negotiation behind the scenes between Trump and the Saudis, where they're trying to suppress the oil price to hurt Putin with his oil sales to China and to India. BITO, which is the ETF for Bitcoin, that's trading at 21.95. Bitcoin has been trading at 120, so 121,800 right now. So we should see BITO continue to appreciate today as long as Bitcoin stays above the 121 mark. Now, natural gas is trading at 2.8. There's a sell-off. I think that coincides with this sell-off in oil because of the Saudis putting more barrels on the market and this potential agreement between Trump and the Saudis to suppress the oil price to hurt Russia. All right, so watch out for the energy stocks. Yeah, or let's say the commodities, especially the futures market, that's probably going to show a downward price action. So natural gas is at 2.8 and WTI oil is trading at just under 63, 62.95. Now, looking at the ETFs for energy sector. Now, Gush is investing not in the futures market of the commodity, but in the actual companies. So, some are upstream, some are downstream energy companies, exploration, energy producers, refiners. So Gush is trading at 21.77 right now. DRIP is trading at 10. So you can have with Gush and DRIP, sometimes the futures are going down, let's say with oil, and Gush is actually going up. But that's because there's price dynamics in equities that are lifting up the energy sector because sometimes if you're a downstream company, refiner, cheaper barrel of oil may actually help with your profitability because that's a feedstock into what you're making. All right, now the other things to look out for here. Like I said, BITO is trading at 22.05. BITI, which is shorting Bitcoin, that's trading at 1737. Boyle is the long for natural gas, that's trading at 30.26. So as long as natural gas stays below 3, oil is going to be at a low point. Now, if you want to do the inverse of Boyle, you want to trade cold with a K. And what that will, that's appreciating because natural gas is going down, but we'll see what happens with that. So that's just the overall markets right now. Again, equities still targeting 6,800 for year end or 7,000, especially if the Federal Reserve lowers rates. Okay, with that, let's go to some of the news. All right.
Today's headlines, just modestly higher inflation from tariffs. Steve's going to dig deeper into it, but I just want to have a conversation with you before you wrote something out. Been punching some numbers. You can do that in a second. Can I read something?
Yeah, you got something. What do you got?
So this is what we were trying to say yesterday, and I think it's good. And then I want to ask you what it would really take. For the Fed, the lack of a more alarming acceleration in price pressures likely removes an obstacle to lowering rates in response to worries about the labor market. And that kind of sums up what I think we saw yesterday. 3.1 was hotter.
Right.
For core.
2.7 was lower.
2.7 was lower. 3.1 is not 2. What would be what would be the salary number for core? 3.5?
I think it's kind of like there's been two criteria, Joe. How much is coming through, and is it bleeding into other areas? And those have been.
You expecting
the keys.
3.5?
It's not out of the question. Guys, let's just skip the first part of this and go right to the first graph.
Oh, this is
We're just
okay.
gonna-
All right.
Because this is
Because we're talking PPI's coming today, isn't it?
PPI tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
So
That's what I meant.
you look inside the board. These are things, Joe. What we did is we calculated prices changes from January to July. Women's dresses up 10.4%. Tools and hardware 5%. Major appliances 4.8%. You can see toys and games. These are things that normally would be going down or flat or were offsets to it. And that's really a key. Guys, if you move on here, we're doing this live here. Another way to see the change, though, is from the prior declining trend. Mike Conzel from the Roosevelt Institute found some stark reversals. Take a look here. Tools in the appliance categories was heading down. That's the trend line, the dotted line there, before the reversal that likely is linked to tariffs. Similar pattern in home furnishings and dozens of other products that are mostly imported. The trend line was down, and you can see the current line is up. Conzo found that 52% of 82 items in the core basket are up more than 3%. That was a sign of persistent inflation in the pandemic. Scott Lincecum from the Cato Institute tells me, quote, the big question is whether we're starting to see it move into the service inflation, and auto repair could be a sign of that. How long margins could hold before they pass on the tariff. At the same time, sort of talking about what Joe's talking about, those who see benign tariff outcomes have been proven correct in several respects. Some prices are falling, perhaps in reaction to other things being more expensive. That's that relative price thing we've been talking about, acting as an offset to the tariffs. And tariffs may not be sufficient in and of themselves to overcome these other offsets. Take a look at yesterday's CPI. Energy was down 1.1, so that's a big offset. Down 0.1. Core commodities, though, were up. That's where it really was modest. But the surprise was that core services up 0.4. So the stock market trades like it's game over in this debate between saying it ain't going to ever happen and then warning just you wait.
It's a bad
But the
sign.
latter see over time to this game
Yeah,
in August and the inflation reports. I think that answers your question.
we talked about it earlier. Yeah,
You know,
the consensus has gone from, oh, it's gonna be terrible inflation to now people think that we know that it's not. Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just, this is the perfect world that I wish there was some chance that it was true.
What's that?
You know how Trump always says that we're collecting money from foreign countries, and we all
Right.
know that it's for the people that import it here. No, but my question is, let's say that there are countries that it's so important that they continue to export to us, that they really have eaten the lion's share
yeah,
of the tariffs in their prices. So you actually could say that they're the ones that are losing out and actually paying for the tariff
right.
money that we're getting here. At least a part of that could be true. It could be 10%, could be 50%.
Goldman Sachs says it's 60%.
Think about it.
That was also including the wholesalers and the retailers as well.
And corporations.
Let me give you an answer to that question, which is,
Well, wouldn't it be great?
it would be great.
What a wonderful world it would be.
I want to give you two answers to that question. The first one is why I like my job so much.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? Tomorrow is not only PPI, I think it's tomorrow. We're going to get import prices.
Okay.
When did you ever get excited about import prices? I'm excited about it because the import prices will answer that question. If import prices
Weren't they down last time?
they were kind of flat.
It's crazy.
It shows that they're not absorbing it overseas. If it was,
But the dollar's been weak too.
you have a currency thing. The other thing is, you know, we have our CFO council, which is really a great group of people. One CFO said to me, I don't think we're that stupid and bad negotiators that our suppliers have 15% extra margin to absorb.
According
Isn't
to,
that interesting?
not really, because
No.
Elizabeth Warren thinks that every single
producer is not making it.
She thinks every single person is getting every chance they get. So.
It isn't, well, you got extra, you're already making money and you have an extra 15%. I could have negotiated out. And if the world
Depends on the business.
is so uncompetitive that there's an extra 15% hanging around.
What's NVIDIA's margin?
Well, that's the margin, but that's true. That's true. And we'll see. We'll take it from margin. My friend Rob is begging me to not talk anymore, as are some viewers. So, but that's the two things. We'll watch import prices tomorrow, and margins is the other key.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
As I tell everyone, the president is one of the most open-minded people I know. He does everything at first principles. Why do we do things this way? Why shouldn't we do it the other way? And, you know, I think that this is a very unique solution, allows NVIDIA to expand into China. It can make NVIDIA chips the bellwether for Chinese technology, and then the U.S. taxpayer gets a share of that.
Keyword unique. Is it unique to NVIDIA and AMD, or is this a model for other companies?
I think we could see it in other industries over time. I think, you know, right now, this is unique, but now that we have the model and the beta test, why not expand it?
What do you say to people who think we're putting a price on national security concerns? By basically selling export licenses.
There are no national security concerns here. We would not sell any of the advanced chips. So the H20s I don't know whether you'd say they're 4, 5, 6 levels down the chip stack. What we do not want here, Anne Marie, is for Huawei to have a digital Belt and Road. Right. So we do not want the standard to become Chinese across the world or even in China.
Well, we have exclusive reporting that Beijing is now sending out letters to firms saying actually shrug off those H-20 and use our domestic champions. Is this something you might discuss with your counterpart?
Oh, sure. We can discuss that, but it also tells me that they are worried about the NVIDIA chips becoming the standard in China. Look, NVIDIA is an incredible product. A lot of the technology in China is, the piggybacking, and I'll use piggybacking as a common word for acquiring our technology.
Do you mean stealing?
Your words. And yes, that's what I mean. And the NVIDIA, Jensen Huang just stays years ahead of them.
Criticism came from the Wall Street Journal editorial board, though, about this new unique policy. They say it's a step toward government control of private business. Are you concerned? Some of these policies are starting to look like the country you're actually trying to de-risk from. Central planning, basically, out of the old.
No, not at all. Because where we got was with this unfettered trade. We did not have secure trade or fair trade. And so now we are trying to make it secure. So you don't want to, we're not sending out the highest level chips. And we don't want to sell everything to everybody. So there is a need for intervention. And the Wall Street Journal just let her rip. Kind of bunch of grumpy old men over there. I was with them yesterday.
Monitor the loss of care gains. What did we do? Discover a range of prescription treatments.
It's all going to go.
1 second, you feel safe. And then, well,
Get on the debt.
It's all going to go to play down the debt, because we have heard some stories about the money going back to consumers, going back to citizens of the United States taxpayers.
Well, President Trump's talked about that, and look, the bottom 50% of wage earners in the one big beautiful bill are getting a lot of money back. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Auto loans are going to be tax deductible. So I think if we could make a substantial dent in the debt repayment, then we could talk about a program like that.
Could you share with us the kind of numbers you're thinking about at the moment, just in terms of revenue raising, and not just the NVIDIA deal? I'm talking about the tariffs on top of that. What are we raising at the moment, month on month?
Well, John, I've been saying that we could hit 300 billion this year, and I think that number is going to be low. I think I always like to come in low and then surprise on the upside, but I think that in the next days or weeks, I may have to move that number up substantially.
You've heard the debate playing out on Wall Street now for a number of months. Who's going to pay the tariffs? By definition, the importer will pay the tariff. The more important question here is who absorbs the cost, whether it's the foreign supplier, whether it's the domestic company here in the United States, or the end consumer. We got some data yesterday. You've seen it. We've all looked at it. Limited tariff pass-through relative to what was expected. Because of that, a lot of people are suggesting that maybe companies are absorbing costs in a way we didn't anticipate. Perhaps the pass-through will be more muted in the future. Are you comfortable with where things are now? Or do you think things might rebalance in the months to come?
Jonathan, I think your framing there is exactly right. Because obviously the tariff itself is paid at the port, but what if the producer in the other country has lowered their price to 10, 15, 20% so that there is no price change with the tariff? And obviously our largest trade deficit is with China, and China does not have the same profit objective that other Western democracies do. So that is an employment agency, and my view has been that they would continue to eat the tariffs. They are doing that. So I think what we've seen is likely to continue happening. I also think there are probably a lot of corporate margins that got very fat during COVID, and now we're seeing a return to a normal pre-COVID margins.
You see this as some kind of redistribution between corporate America and maybe the consumer, Main Street and Wall Street?
I think this administration is all about Main Street, but Wall Street's hitting a new high. So it's this false equivalency. It's not either or. You know, I tell everyone, I call it parallel prosperity. Wall Street's done great. Main Street can now do great.
Wall Street might do even better if the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates. The president was pretty clear yesterday, put out this comment: Jerome Too-Late Powell must now lower the interest rate. Is it reasonable to give them a bit more time to draw conclusions about what's happening here?
Well, I think what we could see is that, you know, first of all, what if the BLS data had been the higher quality and we had those numbers, Jonathan? So if we'd seen those numbers in May, in June, I suspect we could have had rate cuts in June and July. So that tells me that there's a very good chance of a 50 basis point rate cut. And you know, I think President Trump is very good at giving these nicknames. And I think the reason that the Jay Powell gets the nickname too late is because he wants to go into a series of rate hikes. He's not willing. He's not Alan Greenspan, who is very forward thinking. They try to be more data driven, which I think is a mistake, because I think we are going back into an economy like we had in the 90s. So, you know, it's just very old fashioned thinking. But I do think we could go into a series of rate cuts here, starting with a 50 basis point rate cut in September.
A 50 basis rate cut in September, does that signal that the economy, though, is not doing well?
That signals that there's an adjustment and the rates are too constrictive. If you look at any model, that we should probably be 150, 175 basis points lower. So, you know, I think the committee needs to step back. I think probably one of the most politicized governors just went off the board, and that she was very, very political, I believe. And I think that
what did she do that gave you that impression? I'd love to know.
Sorry?
I imagine you're referring to Governor Cooper. What did she do that gave you?
Oh, I think there's a lot of inside baseball. And look, Governor Cooper, you read what she was saying when Kamala Harris was running, that we needed rate cuts, we needed this, we got to phone the runway. And then all of a sudden, it was hard to know whether, TDS was a Trump.
For sure, the Federal Reserve was playing politics under the Biden administration. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get Cleanse. It's 30 parts per million. It's going to help boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow. That's going to improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, the epithelial lining, your mucosal barrier. That's all going to boost up the immune system. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two, and then go back to your maintenance dose. Your probiotic is super important to take. This probiotic is very high quality. It's going to allow you to have better metabolism, allow you to absorb your nutrients properly. It improves the communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to consolidate memory better. You'll be able to detoxify your central nervous system if you sleep better. Your skin will improve, your hair, your nails, your concentration on tasks. So having a good gut biome also improves your immune system, because in the immune system of the gut, you need a thicker mucosal lining and higher concentrations of IgA. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality probiotic. Something that also will help for you to concentrate on tasks is taking Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog and help to support memory. Now, by taking Clarity Factor and drinking filtered water, what that's going to do is you're going to be able to focus on tasks at work or in school or even at home. And over time, your dendritic connections are going to improve. Your thinking's going to improve. Your memory will improve. And you'll just have more vitality. Now you couple Clarity Factor with other supplements and proper diet, proper exercise, making sure you filter your water, stay away from processed foods. When you do that, then you're going to reach a healthier body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the Clarity Factor, very high quality supplement that's going to help support memory, and allow you to focus, be able to focus. And it stacks well with the probiotic. Again, what I said, by improving your gut biome, you're actually improving brain function. And you'll be able to sleep a lot better. So this is a good stack to help with neural health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Dementia syndrome or derangement syndrome or tariff derangement syndrome.
You get the opportunity to remake the Federal Reserve. The president gets the opportunity to remodel, reshape the Federal Reserve. And I'm not talking about the remodeling that maybe the current chairman's going through. We'll talk about that another time. I want to talk about the complexion and character of the committee. The changes that you're making at the moment, Stephen Myron, let's start with Stephen. How quickly can you get Myron confirmed?
We'll see. The president has great sway with Leader Thune. Leader Thune's been a great partner during the tax deal, and I think that he would like to see Stephen, who I've known for a long time, get on there as soon as possible. So I'm hopeful about the September meeting. And Jonathan, the president's concerned about the building and those massive cost overrun, which just tell you that there is no accountability at that organization. There's no oversight in terms of the spending, but the president and I are both concerned about the foundations of the Fed. The foundations of the Fed, and how did this happen, and why did it happen, and how did the leadership let it happen?
When it comes to Director Myron, do you expect him to stay on past the January term that expires from Kugler's seat?
I wouldn't expect that.
So who are some names you're thinking of?
Want to bring cell-free DNA analysis into your lab? Introducing the Precise Vanadis platform, analyzing the common chromosome abnormality.
So who are some names you're thinking of the Kugler seat? Because everyone has been focused on who's going to fill the chairmanship role. Who are you thinking to fill that extra seat?
Well, Anne-Marie, we're working on the big list right now. I think there are going to be a couple more names revealed today. They're going to be private sector names. So we had a series or a list of current Fed members. We're going to have some private sector, very well respected people. And then we will
now,
get to
Bassett, I think, is one of the best Treasury secretaries of my lifetime. So we're talking, 50 some odd years, right? Now, Bassett also worked with George Soros. So he knows how the whole market world works, the hedge fund world works, and how to manipulate currencies. And he was one of the key guys that broke the Bank of England for Soros. Soros made $1 billion, So he was right in that action. All right. So he knew he's a smart guy. All right. But I disagree with him in the sense that he thinks that we need to be at 150 to 175 basis points lower for the Fed rate. The Fed rate is around I think it's around 4.3, somewhere in there. It's a range. So I think it averages at about 4.3, 4.325, somewhere in there. All right. So it's like 4.25 to, I think, 4.5 is the range. So, but by bringing it down 150 basis points or 175 basis points, that basically means 1.5% or 1.75%. I think that's a little too aggressive right now because inflation is still slightly high. And it's not because of tariffs. It's because of the afterglow from the Biden administration. See, prices for certain products are still sticky. Now, what I have been noticing with department stores in New York and also just overall online department stores or clothing companies, designer companies, what I'm noticing is that they are having better sales for the consumer. So the price proposition, if you can wait, you can get 50% off, 70% off on a lot of stuff. All right. So I think consumers in general are kind of like waiting for that, big sale, especially for clothing, right? Or maybe even furniture. Maybe even, durable goods like appliances. And I'm seeing that it is happening, that these big stores are dropping some of their prices if you're patient and wait. Like Macy's just had a major reduction in prices for many items, especially household items. It was like 60 to 70% off, right? So it's not that inflation. I guess the point I'm making is that 3.1% annualized inflation that we're still in for 2025, that's still affecting us from the Biden administration because of this afterglow, because certain things can't be adjusted, like goods that you can purchase at Macy's. All right, because Macy's, if they have an inventory, they're going to sell it at a lower price. So if you can wait, you can get a good deal on a product. And for you, costs have been going down for certain products. But for housing, for cars, for loans, that's been elevated. So this is what I mean by the afterglow from Biden's administration for inflation. Housing costs aren't going to go down. They're only going to go up. So they go up faster or they go up slow, unless you're in a crime-ridden city where people start to leave and then the home prices start to go down or rentals start to go down. But the point I'm making is that certain aspects of what you pay for are sticky. And there's other things that you pay for that are more discretionary, that are more elastic. And because the elasticity is higher, then it's going to allow you to benefit for the lower price. So this 3.5 annualized inflation, I still think is part of that afterglow. Because if you take the CPI with food and energy, the headline number, it's pretty good. It's controlled. Now, if you look at energy costs, it's been going down. Some food has been going down, some have stayed elevated. At least from what I see in New York. Now, New York is maybe not the best test case because it's an expensive city, about 2.5. It costs about 2.5 times more to live in the city compared to another city or another area in the United States on average. So whatever you're paying for in the United States, if you want to get just a ballpark understanding of what the costs are in New York, it's 2.5 times. So your income level needs to be about 2.5 times more. So, okay, so you have this afterglow from the Biden administration that still has elevated prices that are inelastic, that's feeding in the core PCI. That's what I think is happening. All right. So I'm very bullish on the US economy, but I think it's just a little too early to state things like the Federal Reserve needs to be at 150 basis points lower or 175 basis points lower when you have inflation above the 2% target. That I think is a disaster. Now, could you boost the economy a little bit by lowering the rate? Yes, but you're risking higher inflation, especially if you're at full employment. If you're not at full employment, then it's not as risky to elevating inflation by bringing down the 150 to 175 basis points. So this is the point that I disagree with Bessent about this. I think he's right about the number needs to go down. The timing is where he's wrong. We need to be closer to the 2% target before you aggressively move those rates. Now, as a market signal for the Federal Reserve, them going 25 basis points, a quarter point, is not gonna really do much to the economy. But what it's gonna do is it's gonna it will create a behavior within the investor class where it's going to be very, very bullish on equities, even if it's just a quarter point. So if it's 0.25, so if the Federal Reserve lowers it in September, October by 0.25, stocks are going to go up, and they're going to keep on thinking that they're going to continue to lower rates. Now, Bassett is probably telegraphing that within this downward cycle, it's going to be 150 to 175 basis points. So you're talking about probably one cut this year, maybe two cuts. So maybe 50 basis points this year and another 100 basis points next year, 4 cuts. Maybe 5 cuts next year. I think that's what he's telegraphing, but it's a little bit too early. What I'd like to see is an annualized inflation rate close to 2, 2.5, 2.4, 2.6. But if it's 3.1, I think it's like, wait it out, wait it out.
Second seat.
Can you give us some names, a little bit of a tease? Maybe people that have been on this program?
Well, I just did tease, so there's some private sector names.
Okay, when it comes to the Fed chair though, can you give us a sense of how many names you're actually thinking about?
Well, I'm going to interview, I'm going to cast a wide net, 10, 11 people. And then there'll be a group of us who are meeting with them. And we want to talk about monetary policy. We want to talk about regulatory policy, which is very, very important because the Fed stepped, I think, big-footed the other regulators. The Fed's one of 3 regulators, Federal Reserve, OCC, and FDIC. And I think that they need to understand that they are one of 3. And then the third is the institution itself, which I think is what President Trump has been focused on quite a bit too.
After you do this process, how many names are you going to give to the president, and when does he start those in-person interviews?
Yeah, we don't have a timeline. By putting Stephen Myron in, that gives us more time. And again, I want to cast a wide net. The president's very open-minded. Before he chose Jay Powell, Janet Yellen was interviewed. John Taylor was interviewed. 2 of them couldn't be more different. So they were under consideration.
I give you credit for coming up with a really credible list to replace the Federal Reserve Chair, Jay Powell. Without a doubt, I think most people that come on this program agree with that. What I want to talk about is the BLS now, because there's some controversy around this pick. I'm sure you've heard some of the concerns. E.J. Anthony had said the following earlier this week before getting the pick from the president. Until this issue with payrolls is corrected, he said, quote, the BLS should suspend issuing the monthly jobs report, but keep publishing the more accurate, though less timely quarterly data. We'd love your thoughts on this. Is that something you support?
Not at all. And what somebody says when they're a private citizen is very, very different. I called for a shadow Fed chair, and now that I'm in the seat, I don't think we need to do that. And I was there when EJ was interviewed, and he is incredibly qualified. And I think the most important thing here is that we get back to the integrity of the numbers, because it just became okay, just like so many things in our government, for it to get sloppy. And EJ is precise. He has a doctorate in economics. I think President Trump put a lot of thought into this. He was very thorough in his questioning of him. So what we want is good data, because you can't make good decisions without good data. As I just said, it's very likely that the Fed would have been doing something else if in June, in July, if they had had this data.
Well, let's talk about the data we've got and the process we have and how we might improve that process. As you know, that data is prone to big revisions in your career on Wall Street. We've all been dealing with this for a long, long time. Because of the process and the lag time of the responses, it is constantly reviewed month on month as you get more responses from corporate America. How can we improve that process so this data is less prone to these big revisions?
Well, I've been in government now for 7 months, and I can tell you that if we take the IRS...
I think we need to do what Greenspan did back in the 80s. Because he had a consulting company, he knew a lot of people that were in industry. And he literally would have his economists at the Federal Reserve, do their econometrics, do their statistics, get their data from BLS, and then he would give a call to his Rolodex. You know, back then it was a Rolodex, not your contact list on an iPhone. And he would call people and he would ask them, what is going on? About prices coming in, prices going out, the cost of labor. Are you hiring? Are you firing? Simple questions. And he was able to create his own little matrix and compare it to his Ph.D. statisticians. And he made policy by talking to people. Powell doesn't have that. He doesn't have a Rolodex, literally. He may have a contact list on his iPhone, but the point I'm making is that Powell doesn't have a large enough personal relationship with different CEOs and different companies and different industries to be able to pool a different perspective and compare it to what the econometric models are saying. He's just not smart enough, and he doesn't have the context. So we need to go back to what the genius of Greenspan was doing. All right? Yeah, you have these models, but maybe the models are a little bit wrong, because models have to be reparameterized. They have to be reconfigured, retooled, because they drift away from reality. Anyone that's done mathematical modeling, especially complex systems, know what I'm talking about. So you have to reparameterize. It's called reparameterizing the model. So these models have to be reparameterized. But you can also just use some commonsensical, hey, Joe, you know, what's going on in the aluminum industry? Bob, what's going on in the auto industry? Susie, what's going on in the clothing industry? See? And you can compare, and you can get a better idea. And you probably would want to weigh on those phone calls and personal relationships more than an econometric model, because it could be lagging or it could be drifting from reality, or both.
I'm now the head of. They've been working on a tech upgrade since 1990. 1990, we brought in a young person to fix that. The tech upgrade has been underway for longer than he.
I want to just interject a little bit. You can also see it's also about leadership. Powell at the Federal Reserve isn't a real good leader. He's not managing the construction effort at the Federal Reserve. They're over budget. They're doing things that probably shouldn't have done. So it's almost like he's enjoying the job and all the perks, all the notoriety and the power, but it's not really putting in the effort. And I'm not talking about just going to a meeting, ask a bunch of people, or around the table, what do you think we should do, and then rubber stamp it. What he needs to do is just actually think out of the box and do something similar to what Greenspan's doing, or what Greenspan used to do when he was the Federal Reserve Chair. He definitely can't think out of the box like Bernanke did when Lehman happened. There's not a person on the planet that knows the Great Depression more than Greenspan. He's a scholar of it. Is Powell a scholar of anything? Of anything? Does he have any real leadership fortitude like Greenspan? This is the problem that we have at the Federal Reserve. Poor management. Poor management. And then you add in the political bias on top of it, and it's a powder keg. They can blow up the economy like they did with transient. Remember that term, from Janet Yellen and Powell? It's transient. The inflation is transient, as the inflation kept on going up and up and up and up and up. Transient, really?
is old. So he wasn't born when the tech upgrade started. So, I just think like this idea that we're accepting this mediocrity in government, why don't we bring things into the 21st century? Why don't we bring it into the digital age? Because, I don't know about political bias one way or the other, but what I can tell you is that the sample response size kept getting smaller and smaller, and then they filled in the cells. And anytime you get judgment versus data, then things become qualitative and not quantitative. And I think EJ is going to do a great job of bringing back.
See, these statisticians, it was these big surveys. There's something more unique when you have a federal chairman or woman calling up a CEO and asking for their opinion on what they're seeing in their industry. It's personal. You may even get a little bit more information that you would never hear or see in a survey. It's too tedious. The CEOs aren't going to do the survey. They're too busy. But they would love to pick up the phone and talk to the chairman of the Federal Reserve. They would do that in a heartbeat. They'd probably stop their conference call during earnings and pick up the phone from the Federal Reserve. That's how important that phone call is. But Powell isn't smart enough to literally just copy what Greenspan did. That's why Powell needs to leave.
Quantitative standards. I think these attacks in the press, I think are all wrong.
It's not in the press. It's even within conservative economic circles that don't think that he is credible to run the commission. Is the Trump administration open to putting more resources then to BLS, maybe lifting hiring freeze?
Well, Anne-Marie, that's more of a Democratic idea that, we need more. It's always money. It's always money. It's, whether it's New York City schools, Chicago schools, DC schools, you get terrible outcomes. I think that he's going to sit back, look at the process, and how can we use technology to do this better? I got to Treasury, and it was shocking. We processed 1.5 billion payments a year, and 500 million of them, 1/3 of them, did not have what's known as a TAS, Treasury accounting symbol on them. And people were just hitting send. And it wasn't a gigantic leap just to try to get people to do their jobs.
This has big implications for how people view
Now think about that.
data, but also the market.
All those payments without a code, not an ID on them. Who's getting them? Now, some of it's probably just laziness at the Treasury Department. Or is a big percentage of those going to people where they don't want the paper trail, that don't deserve the payment? And I'm willing to bet that a lot of those payments are going to people that shouldn't be getting it. Maybe for black operations for the military, maybe politician corruption. I don't know, but it doesn't sound right. The Treasury Department, every single payment should be traced, have some sort of paper trail, some sort of ID. Absolutely. But they'll want to raise your taxes. They'll want to spend more money, issue more debt, only to pay without a paper trail. And this has been happening for years. All right. So why didn't Janet Yellen do this? Laziness, professional laziness, not looking at the details, looking at the process and how to improve it. They're professional laziness. They like the perks, but they don't want to do the job.
So let's talk about financial markets and the bond market. You've always been a 10-year man. The spread between the 2-year and the 10-year, I think, has been really stable over the last several months, where we're starting to see some leakages between 10s down to 30s. That 30-year bond, as the Treasury Secretary, I remember you referring to yourself as the nation's top bond salesman. Yeah. What's the usefulness of issuing a 30-year bond when it feels like at the moment we're outsourcing borrowing costs to what happens in Japan, what might happen in the UK, what happens in Europe? What's the value of issuing that?
That's a great question, Jonathan. And we are committed to keeping inflation expectations low. And this is a global phenomenon, whether it's the 10 or the 30, the US 10-year is one of the few 10 years where the yield is down on the year. So that tells me that there's credibility from Treasury, credibility from Fed, that the inflation expectations are well anchored, but there's definitely leakage from the Japanese have an inflation problem. I've spoken to Governor Ueda. My opinion, not his, they're behind the curve. So they're going to be hiking, and they need to get their inflation problem under control. In Germany, we saw a substantial spike in German rates in the past week also. So, our 30-year is getting dragged along with that. We've been refilling the Treasury General account, which during the debt ceiling standoff got run down, and we're doing that with short-term bills.
Do you see more reason then to pare back on 30-year issuance with all this in mind? And it's the change again for you now in the seat as you look at these developments and rethink things. How are your thoughts on that matter evolving?
Yeah, they are evolving, and we'll see where things go. I do think as we bring down this big deficit that we inherited, I think that the U.S. that the entire U.S. curve can have a parallel shift down relative to the rest of the world.
Do you think you can work with the Federal Reserve on this matter? So if we take the weighted average maturity of Fed holdings at the moment, I believe that's running at about 9 years. The issuance of the average maturity of outstanding bills, notes, bonds, that's closer to 6. We need to narrow that gap a little bit.
Yeah, look, I don't think the Fed needs to get back into the large scale asset purchase business. And we've had very good demand, especially in the belly of the curve, which is where asset managers seem most interested now.
When it comes to other things you're working on in Washington, D.C., there's still this stock ban legislation that has been circulating around Congress. Is the president prepared to sign that bill?
I don't think we have the.
Did I sign here?
No.
Big decisions are big for us too. Or leave federal credit union. Let's money together.
No way. Oh.
I'm sending you around the world on the series of missions.
I don't think we have the perfect bill yet, but I am going to start pushing for this single stock trading ban, because it is the credibility of the House and the Senate that you look at some of these eye-popping returns, whether it's Representative Pelosi, Senator Wyden. Every hedge fund would be jealous of them, and the American people deserve better than this. People shouldn't come to Washington to get rich. They should come to serve the American people, and it brings down trust in the system. Because I can tell you that if any private citizen traded this way, the SEC would be knocking on their door.
Do you think it needs to extend though beyond single stocks? These individuals can still have ETFs and other products.
Well, what I used to do in my old firm was you could buy ETFs. They had to be widely held ETFs, so they couldn't be of a small size. And there was a long holding period. The House and the Senate, they're supposed to be working for the American people, their constituents. They're supposed to be making law, and they shouldn't be trading every day. I'm not going to name names, but there was one person in Congress who had 12 or 1,300 trades 2 years ago. And my hedge fund didn't have that many trades.
Do you think it needs to also extend to the executive branch and include the president and the vice president?
I think that they would be fine on the single stock and the holding period.
Maybe they're just great traders, Mr. Secretary. Do you not think they're just great traders?
It is a statistical anomaly. Warren Buffett wrote an essay once, and he talked about the zoo in Brandon Doddville. And if all the orangutans in that zoo kept typing the Bible, then there's something going on in that zoo. There is something going on Capitol Hill in terms of information leakage that is statistically not sound.
Do you think those restrictions should extend to the executive branch?
Sorry?
Do you think those restrictions should extend to the White House?
Well, they already extend to Treasury.
Has he spoken to the president about this? Is he comfortable?
Well, the president's come out in favor of this, and Hakeem Jeffries is in favor of this too. And I can tell you, if I were Congress and I were looking at my ratings with the American people, I would be pushing this because again, it's an extractive class. You should not come to DC expecting to line your pocket. You should come to DC to do the people's business.
We couldn't agree more, and it's been greatly disappointing to see that there's tighter restrictions on the journalist trade than over some members of Congress in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is one of the things that I think we can do to get trust back into the system.
Just wanted to finish on the president's visit to Alaska going into the weekend. Anne-Marie's going to be there. What do you think we can accomplish this weekend?
I think the president has been thinking about this a long time. He believes, as do I, that this war never would have started if he had been president, and he is committed to ending the bloodshed, but not at any cost. Not at any cost. I think that everyone has been frustrated with President Putin. We expected that he would come to the table in a more fulsome way. It looks like he may be ready to negotiate. And we put secondary tariffs on the Indians for buying Russian oil. And I could see if things don't go well, then sanctions or secondary tariffs could go up.
What about China? They're the main purchasers of Russian crude.
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but the president is the best at creating leverage for himself. And he will make it clear to President Putin that all options are on the table.
So sanctions can go up or they can also be loosened.
Sanctions can go up, they can be loosened, they can have a definitive life, they can go on indefinitely. You know, there's this Russian shadow fleet of ships around the world that I think we can crack down on them. But Anne-Marie and Jonathan, the one message I would leave you with is that President Trump is meeting with President Putin, and the Europeans are in the wings carping about how he should do it, what he should do it. But the Europeans need to join us in these sanctions. The Europeans need to be willing to put on these secondary sanctions. I was at the G7 meeting in Canada with President Trump, and the Europeans kept talking about Senator Graham's bill to do the secondary tariffs.
Yeah.
And I looked at all the leaders around the table and I said, is everyone at this table willing to put a 200% tariff, secondary tariff on China? And you know what? Everybody wanted to see what kind of shoes they were wearing.
I imagine the Germans went very quiet, and that's been a problem for a long time.
Yeah, it's put up or shut up time. The president is creating his own leverage. We need the Europeans to come in and help create more leverage.
It's about time that we actually had people in office that actually do their job. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Helps to get you into those 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. Super important to detoxify your central nervous system, to consolidate memory, and to be well rested. When you do this regularly, you're going to slow down the aging process. But not just that, by improving those neural connections, improving memory, you're just going to have more vitality into your geriatric years. Super important. Vitamin C and magnesium, super important to take. It helps with the skin, your immune system. Magnesium increases the efficacy of vitamin D3, and magnesium helps with brain function. Magnesium and zinc, again, great for the immune system and for brain function. Take them together. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And no matter what the season is, make sure that you have drops and lozenges at work or at home ready just in case you start to get that throat irritation. Take them right away. The drops are in the 100 count, very high quality. Get the cherry flavor or the honey and lemon or blueberry drops. And I have in stock also the elderberry zinc lozenges in a 21 count. Get a few bags for your household. Use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, get a free gift until supplies last. There's an overturned school bus in Cleveland, Texas that just happened.
Into the matter. Student safety is always our highest priority. We are grateful for the swift response of our transportation staff and emergency responders. It's unclear right now how many students were on that bus or how many were injured, although we are just getting that update there from officials. And it is unclear what led up to that crash. So we are getting that statement in from Cleveland ISD saying this bus was involved in an accident, came to rest on its side, as we've been seeing there. All students were immediately and safely removed from the bus. No major injuries have been reported. So that is just coming in here into our newsroom. We also did want to just share that statement here with you that I just read. Now up on your screen, as you can see there from Cleveland ISD, as we are getting the latest update here. I also did want to share with you, we do have a post from the Atascocita Fire Department. So for some reference here, Atascocita is about 40 minutes away from Cleveland, Texas, about 32 miles away. But we do know that the Atascocita Fire Department has been dispatched to a reported motor vehicle accident involving a school bus on its side on Plum Grove Road. So we do know they are responding there as well.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. I'm talking to Bullard.
I did talk to the Treasury Secretary relatively briefly. We did not go through, ideas about what was required or job requirements or anything like that. I was under the impression that the process is still under construction for interviewing all these candidates, and at that point we can discuss in more detail. So I just said that I'd be happy to participate in that process.
I wonder what the process looks like. Can you tell us any of the details? Have you met with anybody? Do you have meetings scheduled?
I do not, but that's why I say that I think this is all under construction. So we'll see how they want to design it, and I'm sure it'll be a good process. I would say this is a credible list of candidates. I know almost all these people. I think this is a very sharp group, and many of these people would do a fantastic job.
Yeah, absolutely. A list of heavy hitters there, including yourself. Now, you said on CNBC this week that you would accept the job of leading the Fed if the institution's independence is respected. Plenty of people would say that what we're seeing right now is not respect. What did you mean by that? What does respecting the independence of the Fed look like to you?
Yeah, I mean, the Fed is where it is because of the Federal Reserve Act, and the committee does what it does because of the Federal Reserve Act. So if you have to do all this under existing law, and if you want to change the law, the Congress can certainly come in and do that. But Congress has looked at the Federal Reserve Act 6 ways from Sunday, and they keep coming up with the idea that, hey, this is a pretty good way to do it. So it's a complicated system. It is done by committee and is at arm's length from day-to-day politics, but that's the way it is. And I think that's the way it's going to be going forward, because I don't think Congress is in the mood to change that. So I think, we have to respect that, and we have to make these decisions under the law.
Well, speaking of changes, a number of people on the list that the administration is considering have suggested they want to make some major changes in the way the Fed operates. And the president has suggested he'd like to see major changes in the way the Fed operates. If you were to become chair, what would you change about the Fed?
Well, I've been outspoken over the years about various aspects. I do think that the Fed is a research powerhouse. I think we could make more use of the various ideas that are proposed around the nation from the Fed, and we could, break up the groupthink a little bit more than what it has been in the last few years. I think there's a lot of emphasis on Phillips curve type thinking. I've often said that I think that the evidence for that is not very good, or to the extent there is even evidence, it's very muted. And so that story, that Phillips curve type story gets emphasized too much in financial markets and too much in policymakers' minds. So I try to break out of that a little bit and emphasize the role of expectations a little bit more. And so there'd be more forward-lookingness than probably what we have today.
And Dean Bullard, does it concern you when the president and his allies disagree with Jerome Powell's monetary policy views, so they start looking into things like renovation costs at the Fed, or when the president disagrees with the numbers coming out of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and so he simply fires the chief statistician there? Does that concern you?
Yeah, I think the president put up a new candidate for BLS who I think will be pretty credible. So it looks to me like that issue's maybe behind us. I do think that the nation as a whole does not have as good of economic data as we could, even though we're better than most other countries. You know, when you think about it, Walmart knows it's 1.6 million employees or something like that. They know their inventory in real time. They know their pricing in real time for all those stores all over the country and all over the world. Why are we getting a retail sales report once a month that's kind of sketchy? You know, why can't that all be done a lot better? So I think to the extent that information is important for how financial markets operate and how policy operates, we could do much better than we do today in making sure that we have the right information available so we make good decisions.
If you did end up in the chair, obviously you could be the target of the president's Truth Social account. When you look at what he has said about Jay Powell and others on the Fed, do you think the criticism has been fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think the president can espouse his views as he often does on monetary policy, just like all the other politicians that like to talk about monetary policy on both sides of the aisle. And so I just don't see any reason why you can say that the president can't do that. A lot of presidents haven't done that, but I don't think they maybe wanted to take that on, or they didn't feel that it wasn't their style, or they didn't feel as confident in talking about the economy as President Trump does. You know, he's got a lot of experience and a very interest-sensitive industry, and so he thinks, and all the people I've ever met in real estate always want lower interest rates because that's the way the industry works. It is a little different from a public policy perspective because you got the inflation component there that might feed into if you go too far, too fast. And so I think the role of the Fed chair is to guide that process and make sure that we've got good outcomes for the U.S. economy.
All right, Dean Bullard, we really appreciate your time. We're eager to have you back soon. That is Purdue University.
I don't think he would be a good pick for the chair. I think he's actually not very strong enough to go against the establishment that's running the central banks. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite is a great way to detoxify your body. It binds to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, and allows you to urinate those out within 6 to 8 hours. You can detoxify your body 2 different ways: maintenance dose that you do every day, or a heavy detox. So for the maintenance dose that you do every day, take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Make sure you drink filtered water throughout the day. Stay away from processed foods. Clean your environment. Stay away from chemicals and cleaning solutions. Try to mitigate some of that in your household. Use double layering containers to prevent the degassing. But if you reduce your exposure to toxins and you detoxify your body, you're going to improve your endocrine system and your immune system. Now, zeolite can also be used in a heavier detox, and you take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, and do that every day until the bottle's done. Do that once or twice a year. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. Very high quality product. Another high quality product that's dual purpose is olive leaf extract. This is going to help your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and helps you to improve your lipid profile. By doing that, you're reducing plaque formation. NAD+, another great supplement that's dual purpose. If you notice, I'm telling you things to get more bang for your buck. So NAD+ supplement will boost up your NAD+ levels. Your energy will go up. NAD+ will also help to repair DNA damage, mitochondrial DNA and cellular DNA. And NAD+ will help to protect neurons. Super important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Protect those neurons. Super important. And as you get older, you have accumulated DNA damage. It's important to try to repair that. You need NAD+. So go to my store and get it. And ubiquinol, another great product, very high quality. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. You can't buy anything better than what I have in my hand. So ubiquinol, what it's going to do is it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to bring stress down on the cell because it's soaking up those free radicals. It's going to help the mitochondrial health, and your ATP is going to go up, so you're going to have more energy. That's another key component in slowing down the aging process is you got to boost up your ATP levels. And ubiquinol will help to protect neurons. So stacking it with the NAD+ is a powerful neuro stack. Stacking it with olive leaf extract, so you're helping your energy levels, bringing down your free radicals, and you're protecting your neurons. You stack it with the olive leaf extract. That's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And then you're taking the zeolite to detoxify your body to help with your immune system and endocrine system. So this is a powerful stack here. So use discount 5, get $5 off any order, spend $100 or more, I'll give you a free gift. Help support the work that I do, and better yet, support your health. Because if you invest in your body, if you approach health and wellness seriously, then you're going to have more vitality throughout your years. You increase the probability of being healthier in your geriatric years. You're reducing your dependency on pharmacopoeia. So it's really important to invest in your body, right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow this holistic approach and supplement stacking approach to slow down the aging process and improve your different bodily systems. All right, let's listen into Quest Means Business. He's talking to Fisher Investments.
Strategists at Morgan Stanley and Brighteon were warning that US stock will take a turn for the worse. The S&P 500 has climbed nearly 30% since April. It's trading near record highs. Yet Morgan and Deutsche believe equity valuations could take a hit if more weak economic data arrives. We'll have an inflation report tomorrow. Investors are watching to see if the tariffs are translating to higher prices for consumer. Ken Fisher is the man we need. Ken is the founder of Fisher Investments, joins me now. First of all, I mean, a correction is always around the corner somewhere by somehow. Are you looking at a correction potentially?
First, Richard, thanks for having me. Always great to be with you. No one has ever consistently been able.
I have a pet peeve with this Fisher guy. All right, he's the one that started Fisher Investments. Watch very closely on how he talks. He uses his hands like he's putting you into a trance. Right? I'm going to zoom in on this. All right, but I've never trusted this guy ever. This Fisher guy. Okay.
Predict corrections. Corrections come at any time for any reason or no reason at all, and they are often just like somebody yelling fire for no reason in a crowded movie theater. It's all about sentiment and scare, and they tend to come and go pretty quick. That's different than a bear market, and my advice is to ignore such warnings.
Well, yes, okay.
He isn't moving it. Right when I call him
Well,
off on it, he's not moving his damn
I still
hands.
Sort of have to take advantage of what they call, you know, this issue of when to sell is always difficult, particularly if you think that the market is going to go down. You could be facing taxes, you don't want to create a taxable event unnecessarily, but at the same time, you do want to protect gains that you've made. So how does one balance that?
So first, let me just say simply that when
There he is.
major
right there.
indexes around the world have hit bull market highs, all-time highs, like they have in the last few weeks, whether the FTSE 100, Australia, Canada, the MSCI Europe as a whole, or the MSCI World as a whole, you don't want to sell very quickly because an age-old saying, which is largely true, is that bull markets die with a whimper, not with a bang. They roll over relatively slowly at first, giving you time to analyze. So the fact that we've just had market peaks around the world tells you don't rush into anything to sell. A general rule about bear markets that I've written about for almost 40 years now is that 2/3 of the drop happens in the last 1/3 of the time. 2/3 of the time is only about 1/3 of the drop. Be slow, be patient. And then the key is, do you see bad things that aren't what everyone else is yakking about? Because what everyone else is yakking about is exactly what's already been priced into stocks.
So, Ken, there are two big issues that I can see. The first is what one might describe as the issue du jour. It is tariffs, it is slowdown of growth. It's all the stuff that might take the froth off the market and create a correction. But the second is long-term debt. And there are more and more people who are saying that the US is on an unsustainable trajectory. Now, the problem with the longer term bit is there's never a good moment on a random Monday in August for the market to turn turtle. The big long term stuff, it's always going to be dealt with tomorrow. How does one handle it?
So first,
Right
Richard,
here,
and
right here.
this is a ubiquitous question that people have been talking about, as you say, pretty much as long as I can remember, about U.S. debt. But the fact is, people are saying it now, don't do their arithmetic right. Let me take you through that really quickly. If you look at the so-called bill that was passed by Congress, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, it's going to increase debt over a decade by about $4 trillion. But if you look at what the Fed wants, which is 2% a year inflation over that decade, well, since we start off with 3.7 trillion, it's going to eat up all of that debt and more over that time period.
Yes, except it has to be funded. The ongoing debt has to be funded, and it's eating a larger percentage of the GDP and the
So they're looking at the variables of inflation, the potentiality of debt increase, but what about the growing economy by bringing back manufacturing? So you're going to have more tax revenue. You're going to have a more vibrant economy. Your GDP is actually going to go up. So they're only talking about just a few of the multiple variables that are important to see the whole net effect of this. And then he's not even talking about the $50 billion that's coming in with tariffs per month. So if you're only looking at one side of the equation.
But said differently, the repayment of the debt is decreasing in value by that inflation.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, if you take the 2% on $37 trillion, that's $750 billion a year of decrease in the value of all of the accumulated debt at this point in time.
Fundamentally, are you still bullish on this market? And I'll give you a range of options here, then. Are you still bullish?
He has to say yes. He has to say yes. Because the way his funds are, they're long funds. Well, you can go into, some defensive stock type funds and stuff like that, but you have to long. You can't short. That's the way his funds are. So if he says that he's against that he's not overall bullish in the United States, he's basically telling his investors that are investing in his funds to sell. Fine, let's see what he says. he's probably gonna say long-term he's bullish.
Or are you wait and see?
I'm bullish. I don't believe this bull market has begun to run out of steam. It runs out of steam when people aren't worried about all of these things and instead are starting to talk about things like, which I don't believe they are.
You
yet.
will never find a fund manager ever that has funds that have to be long the market, or an individual like Fisher Investments, right? That has funds in the market that are long, where they're going to say to their investor class to sell, because they make money on fees based on the percentage, based on the assets under management. So AUMs. So the AUM, the higher it is, the more money they make. So why would they bite the hand that feeds them? They will always be bullish long term.
AI will bring us to a whole new beautiful future, better than before. Why it's different this time. Why the wonderful world ahead is no longer going to be leading us to corrections and imminent bear markets and fear of this, that, and the other that are all the yak things everybody talks about.
AI is going to be very important for the economy, and it's going to be utopia. See what I mean? This is the reason why I don't like him. He just seems like a
Do you think that there is an inflation shock? That's a very dramatic word, but you know what I mean. Waiting to hit us.
First, everybody's looking at them. Secondarily, I've been writing, been very vocal, been a critic of Trump on all of this. Tariffs are always bad. They're worse for the country that imposes them than the.
That is totally false. That is totally false. You have three means to get revenues for the government: tax the citizens, do tariffs on trade, and or release debt, issue debt. Now, if you issue debt, you'll be paying more than paying what would be in the end price for the consumer for a tariff. Do you want more taxes? I would assume that you would say no. So what's the option? Tariffs are bad for investor class, the transnational capitalist. Tariffs are bad for corporations that are playing labor arbitrage. Tariffs are bad for globalists, but not the average citizen. Don't make that. Tariffs are paid by the producers, approximately on average 2/3 of it. 1/3 goes to the consumer. So who gets the shit into the stick? Not the consumer with tariffs. It's actually the producers. And that's why they're having a hissy fit. And because he represents transnational capitalists, he's going to say tariffs are bad.
They're imposed upon, which is exactly why, as I say commonly, the U.S. is lagging most of the world this year in terms of the stock market. But they're not as bad as people fear, because there's so many ways to wiggle around them. Tariffs are consistently coming in at about 40% of the sticker rate of the tariffs, because there's so many ways to wiggle around them. Not continue to do it. Bad, but not as bad as here.
I'm going to squeeze the asset one more time, so I'm getting one more bit of information out of you. Of all the global markets at the moment, which one do you like the best?
I don't think I really want to go there, because I believe people ought to think globally first, which you do really well.
No.
And secondly,
wrong. Don't bet against America. The ones that did, and they moved their money to Europe and to Asia, did not benefit from the mean reversion that he was talking about at the very beginning of the video. The asset managers told high net worth clients to move their money to Europe and to Asia, and they didn't benefit. Now you have asset managers that want to talk down the market so they can buy in. Now, if you listen to me, you actually put some money into the equity market in the United States, and you made anywhere from like 10 to 20+% on the new deployed capital within 4 months. Now, that's a pretty good return. Never bet against the United States. Now, if things are so great overseas, why are they so worried about tariffs? Because they know that their economy will sputter out of control, especially China. Europe is having a hissy fit. Central banks are cutting rates. They're not as stable as he's saying. Don't bet, I'm telling you, don't bet against the United States. You're going to be hurt. You're going to be hurt. This guy's a clown. He's a clown.
World this year, I mean, Spain's at all-time highs just recently. Canada, Australia. You can go on, and I think people ought to think about all of that because you
Canada? Let me get this straight. He's saying invest in Canada, but not in the United States. Think about that. What's the GDP? Let's just do this really quick. What's the GDP for Canada? Let's ask Brock. GDP for Canada. The GDP, the nominal GDP for Canada was at $2.24 trillion. Doge was trying to find $2 trillion of savings in our government budget, in our government wasteful spending. So he's saying that a country that has like 23 trillion GDP, maybe it's 24 trillion, I'm not sure what the number is for the United States now, compared to a 2.24 trillion that Canada has? Really? Which one has more economic vibrance? Which one has more diversification? Which one has more momentum? Because momentum is about the speed and the mass. The United States has much more momentum because of the size. So he's saying invest in Canada, but don't invest in the United States. Yet Canada is having his fit when Trump says, I'm going to slap taxes on you. So Fisher Investments is saying, be bullish on maple syrup, but don't be bullish on the semiconductor industry in Texas. Meanwhile, he's broadcasting in Texas when he's taking his questions from Quest. This guy's a clown. Clown.
One, you're taking way too big a risk.
Ken, it's a treat and a pleasure and an honor for us to have you on the program. And I'm always grateful for
Thank you.
time to join us. Thank you.
Another clown.
Listen, I didn't hire a team.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggesting overnight that the Fed should be open to cutting rates by 50 basis points.
All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
Reporting on the Bloomberg terminal, noting that 1-year inflation expectations are still for inflation to be above 3% over the next 12 months, but then plummet back down to around 2.5% for CPI in a year's time. So, everyone's still thinking that this is very temporary.
Right, but Ira, if it's not really showing up in the CPI inflation report, where do you expect to see the impact of tariffs actually be shown?
It's not gonna. That's the whole point, honey. It's only 1/3. You buy a $1,000, $1,500 laptop from Asia. Guess what? You're gonna spend $1,625. You're only gonna be affected by a third of the
consumer
tariff.
prices are, but you could wind up seeing margin contraction. So one of the things our equity team here at Bloomberg Intelligence is talking about is the difference between PPI and CPI, because that often is a driver of margins over the course of a couple of quarters. So watch tomorrow's number, and we'll have to compare core goods prices and PPI versus core goods prices and CPI, and see if there's a widening gap there or a narrowing gap. And if it's if it's a narrowing gap, then that means that margins are going to.
If margins are going down for the corporations, this is proving my point. If margins are going down faster than the consumer price, if the consumer, let's compare it based on cost instead of margins. PPI, all right, let's say is going up faster than CPI. Then what that is suggesting is either there's a lag or that there's margin compression with those companies. And this is the point that I've been making. Tariffs hurt the producer, not the consumer. Especially if you can move to a different producer because of competition. So there's going to be price battles between different companies within an industry. So if you can play that arbitrage between these different producers, even in a tariff era, you're going to benefit as a consumer because they don't want to lose market share. This is proving my point. So will tariffs affect someone? Yeah. But 2/3 of it are the producers. 1/3 is the actual one that's building it. 1/3, the actual company that's selling it to the end user. And 1/3 to the consumer. But don't think that the consumer is going to take the whole tariff. It's not. The whole reason why they are using the labor arbitrage is because of regulatory issues. The regulatory regime in these countries are relaxed. The labor costs are much cheaper compared to the United States. So they can jack up the margins. There were people in China that were doing these TikTok videos saying a handbag that they've been selling for $3,000 only costs $300 or $400 to make. And they just slap on a label and voila, you're spending $3,800. Nike has a very high margin for their shoes. Apple sells their iPhones for hundreds of dollars. You know, some of these iPhones are selling for $800, $900, $1,000. To make an iPhone is less than $100. It's about the margin. And believe me, Apple can absorb the margin. But the shareholders don't, the transnational capitalists, the shareholders, the companies, they don't want to hear that. Because they need to increase their revenues. They need to increase their margins. They need to increase the bottom line. The earnings per share, so that you have continually rising stock. Well, there's going to be a large force factor that forces these companies to go and look for cheaper labor. So it's not about can they make the phone here. It's really about them playing the labor arbitrage. And what's supposed to equalize this is tariffs, because these other countries aren't buying American goods because they're all about producing and not consuming. Case in point, look at what's happening in China. It's not the consumer that's going to hurt the most. It's going to be the producer, and the producer in many cases, not all cases, but in many cases can absorb. Apple can absorb the cost by far. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants. The deodorants are dual purpose for males and females. They help with the detoxification in your body, and you use it as a deodorant. You can get it in citrus and also in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It has no aluminum and no baking soda. Made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural. So get a couple bars for your household, very high quality. Structural nano silver toothpaste. Whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps the health of your gum line, and reduces inflammation. Please go to my store and get a few tubes of this toothpaste. Very high quality, the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to buy. And the structural nano silver gel. Now, the gels, you can use it as the daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. If you're not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. It's a great product. If you cut yourself or have a minor burn or abrasion, put it on there and help you heal it. Please go to my store. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. And I think you will need it in the fall. So you better pay attention. Nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots. That's kind of important, don't you think? And nattokinase will help to improve your lipid profile, help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. By improving your lipid profile, you reduce plaque formation. Vitamin D3, gene expression cofactor, super important. Helps to get cells to go into apoptosis. Super important for this fall. And vitamin D3 can help to absorb calcium, to help build denser bone. And vitamin D3 is actually good for your cardiovascular system. Stack it with vitamin K2 MK7 molecule. Why? Because it'll help to absorb that calcium that you're taking, do the resistance training, and build better bone density. But also vitamin D3 and K2 will help to pull out some of that calcium depositing around plaque formation and reduce the chances of further calcium depositing. Now, what's important here is that if you have some blockage and you take certain types of supplements, over time, you're actually going to reduce the plaque. So if you take antioxidants like C60, bring down inflammation by taking the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans, and the omega-3s, the D3 and the K2s. When you do that, you're creating an environment at the vascular level to slowly reduce the plaque. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, get a free gift until supplies last. And I think that free gift helps with your heart.
Of that is we're doing, as farmers, a phenomenal job producing food for our growing world. We might have a record crop this year. In the United States, I mean, a lot of people forget this. We have the cheapest, safest, most abundant food supply in the world. So, I mean, from that respect, farmers are doing great, but yet financially, not the best right now.
Brian, are tariffs filtering into any of those increases in costs that you're seeing that you just cited?
Not a lot, but I mean, there's so much going on with this whole trade thing. One day markets go way up, the next day they go down. So it's more impact on the markets in the short term. But as far as our costs, the biggest thing would be some crop protection products, maybe up just a little bit because of that, but not much. Fertilizer is really the biggest thing right now that's gone up a lot. But I mean, honestly, we source a lot of the phosphorus right from here in the United States. And we're at not record high or anything, but it's really high, especially in relation to the corn price right now. So no, tariffs haven't had an enormous impact to date, but obviously we as farmers are very concerned about international trade. It has a huge impact on our commodity prices.
Brian, Matt from New Jersey mails in with a simple question: till or no till? I have no idea what that means, but I suspect you do.
I definitely do. We've done both. We've done everything on our farm. But anyway, it's basically, are you going to run over your fields and stir in all the residue into the soil? So we as farmers often talk about turning the ground black. So basically tilling under, working under that residue that we have. And so years ago, we had no other way to control weeds, insects, or diseases other than with tillage. Oh, and prepare a good seed bed too. Thanks to modern technology, we don't have to do tillage. But the advantage to doing tillage is the soil warms up more quickly. The disadvantage is it's going to be more prone to erosion. Now, one of the things that concerns a lot of just non-farmers out there is they get worried about pesticides. And I would say, yeah, when we reduce tillage, we have to use more pesticides. But the good news is a lot of the dangerous pesticides, they're off the market today. A lot of things we're using now are what we call more natural alternatives. So for example, the most popular herbicide in the United States, or one of the most, it comes from a tree. The most popular insecticide, it comes from the chrysanthemum flower. So we've got a lot of these things where they're derived from nature, much, much safer to human beings. And I feel great because we work with these things every day. People talk about safety to food and everything else. Well, don't forget, as farmers, we're the ones who have to work with pesticides. So we're not doing dumb things. We're not using products that are super crazy dangerous or anything like that. Just a lot of misconceptions out there.
Are there any concerns in terms of changes in the climate? Is that affecting you at all as a U.S. farmer?
No, we believe what's going on with climate is mainly cyclical, but I will say this. I'm from South Dakota. My dad was originally a farmer from Iowa 50 years ago, moved here. And at that time, they weren't really raising a lot of summer crops. And what I mean by that is crops that grow all through the summer and all into the fall. There was a lot of small grain that was produced. Those are spring crops, and they get harvested in the middle of the summer. So then there was nothing growing for a while. Well, when you talk about climate change, the biggest thing a lot of people want is less carbon dioxide in the air. We can do that with more plants and having more stuff growing longer during the growing season. And because of that, we have more humidity now in our region than we've ever had before because of these summer crops. So, there's some little changes like that, but otherwise, no, I'm not worried about climate change as a general statement, not impacting farmers.
Brian, your top line obviously has depended a large part on just kind of where commodity prices are, not much you can do there. How about on the cost side? How's the cost of running your farm and for the average US farmer? How's that kind of changed over the years?
Well, equipment's a lot more expensive, but the technology is good to go along with that. Seed is a lot more expensive. I mean, way more expensive, but we have a lot better seed genetics. The cost of just labor in general, much, much higher. I don't like the fact that interest costs are as high as they are right now. Granted, historically, they aren't like the highest level ever or anything, but I loved it for a long time when we had super cheap interest because me, just like every other farmer out there, we borrow lots of money. So if we can get those interest rates down even another 1 or 2%, wow, that would make a huge difference on the cost side. So yes, our costs are dramatically higher than they used to be, but that's part of modern life.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. We learned a lot there. Brian Hefty, he's co-host of Ag Ph.D. TV and Radio and CEO of Hefty Seed Company. And he also farms 3,500 acres out there in Baltic, South Dakota. Appreciate getting a little bit of his time. Let's go from farming to technology. Why not? We can do that here at Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Anurag Rana joins us here as a tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. CoreWeave. Anurag, we've been talking about CoreWeave today. I need a better understanding. Just give me the DES function kind of definition, basic definition of what CoreWeave does and what's going on with the news.
So in the most simplistic way, they are renting out GPUs for people who are, looking for any way to run their AI workloads. That could be training of the models, or that could be, the inference workloads from the applications that you're running. So very simple business model. They are a partner with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is also invested there. They buy their chips, they put it in a data center, and people, rent it out from them.
So when I look at the stock performance for CoreWeave, of course, we know it IPO'd back in late March. We're seeing shares that are up about 200%. But I want to know, why is there this conversation about the rally sputtering out? What's really weighing on the stock here?
So when you look at it, you go back to March when the IPO was coming out, it was actually very poorly received. One could argue it was underpriced because not looking at the growth prospects of the company, focused more on the capital expenditure and the expense and the loss, and they had to go out to debt markets to issue. So that was the sentiment back then. And suddenly within a 2-3 month period, all of that evaporated and the stock went up to 160 or so. What we're seeing as of last night is fundamentals are strong. They're still getting a lot of bookings, people, using their cloud, but everybody's now suddenly again worried about interest expense and, capital expenditure and so forth. And that's the growing pain I think this company will have to endure, being a public in public markets, because, you could do that as a private company, but very difficult. People will get excited and people will, worry about one thing or the other at one point.
All right, I have to ask Anurag just about what we saw yesterday about, refresh my memory on this whole Google Chrome thing. Who's put a bid out there?
Right.
Can you give us what's going on out there? That just kind of jumped.
Please, we need to know.
What do you know?
Yeah, it's a.
And I did a terrible job asking that question, so just tell us what the news is.
Well, so what's happening is there is, again, the DOJ case that's happening with Google and the whole decision, the argument of trying to break it up and why Chrome is a monopoly and the whole thing. Perplexity, on the other hand, as also a AI search product. And one way they can gain a lot of users if they have ability to control Chrome. But frankly speaking, I mean, if you look at, some of the paperwork that was filed as part of the DOJ case, that product is probably worth north of $50 billion. And I have no idea why a company that's that's probably valued at about 18 billion or so wants to buy this asset. And, it just sounds a bit, strange or a bit unusual for them to even be talking about it.
Am I the only one that didn't know that Google Chrome was up for sale?
Well, it's not. That's the
No,
point.
it is not.
It's one of the things that is this right, Anurag? It may be deemed a remedy that will be ordered by the judge.
It would be too harsh, but again, this is one of the hypothetical 20 things that can happen. But at the same time, I mean, I'm just making this up. Google may decide, what, shareholders, you can have this as a separate company altogether. That would be so much more powerful, with Gemini and all that stuff. But again, from our experts, we don't think that's going to happen or on the table. But yes, it is expected, or in the long laundry list of things that can happen, this is one of the things that people have talked about.
All right. I mean, we're going to that again. Selling off pieces of Google. I didn't have that on my big list.
Not at all.
But we'll have to wait and see what the judge has to say on the remedies there. Anurag Rana, technology analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us there. CoreWeave shares falling, like 18-19%. Disappointing earnings outlook, margin pressures, rapid AI expansion, data centers, all that kind of stuff. It's, as Anurag suggested, maybe it's just growing pains for a company that's growing rapidly and for a stock that's just skyrocketed since its IPO. Maybe a buying opportunity to see what the sell side comes back with in terms of their recommendations. Looking at the market here, holding on to some gains here, no doubt, a little bit lower levels, but still S&P we're higher here, about 0.2%, and Nasdaq's up about 0.1% here. Looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index, falling here today, it's been around 1,200 even there. So the dollar not rebounding, staying at or near its lower levels. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Morning.
All right. Trump is talking at the Kennedy Center.
Well, but let's talk about right now the Kennedy Center, and I'm delighted to be here as we officially announce the incredibly talented artists who will be celebrated later this year at the 2025 Kennedy Center Honors. It's going to be a big evening. I've been asked to host. I said, I'm the president of the United States. Are you fools asking me to do that? Sir, you'll get much higher ratings. I said, I don't care. I'm president of the United States. I won't do it. They said, please. And then Susie Wells said to me, start walking our house. I said, okay, Susie, I'll do it. That's the power she's got. But I just, so I have agreed to host. Do you believe what I have to do? And I didn't want to do it, okay? They're going to say, he insisted. I did not insist.
but I think it will be quite successful, actually. It's been a long time. I used to host the Apprentice finales, and we did rather well with that. So I think we're going to do very well because we have some great honorees, some really great ones. Since 1978, the Kennedy Center Honors have been among the most prestigious awards in the performing arts. I wanted one. I was never able to get one. This year, it's true, actually. I would have taken it if they would have called me. I waited and waited and waited. And I said, the hell with it. I'll become chairman. But I'll give myself an honor. Maybe I'm going to honor, next year we'll honor Trump, okay? This year, the board has selected a truly exceptional class of honorees. I mean, really exceptional. First is country music star, actor, and producer George Strait. Great. Over an extraordinary 4-decade career, George has sold more than 120 million records worldwide, amassed 60 #1 hits, wow, and produced 33 platinum certified albums, more than any other living American. That is amazing. He's believed by millions of people to just be as good as you can get, and he's beloved by hundreds of millions of people all over the world. He's really something, and they call him the king of country, and we know him very well, George Strait. Yes. Oh, it looks nice. You're a good-looking guy. I hope he still looks like that. Second is actor, singer, philanthropist, and star of the Broadway stage. One of my favorite talents. I think he's one of the greatest talents I've ever actually seen. I've always said, and just so we don't get in trouble, I say among the greatest artists in the world are the Broadway London actors back and forth. That's all they want to do is they want to do Broadway and they want to do London. They want to do 8 shows a week, including matinee on Wednesday. And if you said make a movie, they can't even think about it. If you say go on television, they don't want to. All they want to do is be on the stage, the live stage, and it's amazing. But I've always said that the most talented people. And this man may be the most of all. Michael Crawford is being honored. Michael was born in England in 1942. He made his Broadway debut in 1967. I was there. I shouldn't say that, but I was there. Seems like a long time ago. And he became an international sensation in the 1980s for his original portrayal of the Phantom.
Let's go to CNN.
Hello, my name is Alexander Yermak. Until 2022, I was a musician, and now I am a soldier. In this war, I need the best people.
The Trump administration is now taking on the Smithsonian, ordering a wide-ranging review of current and scheduled exhibitions at this iconic institution. They're taking a look at everything, it appears. The exhibits themselves, the text on museum walls, what appears on websites and on social media. It's the latest move by the White House to impose the president's view on American culture and try to purge and go along with his very public disdain of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And today, the president will be at the Kennedy Center, another institution that he took over, announcing this year's honorees. Joining us right now, CNN's Brian Stelter for more on this. And when you talk about the Smithsonian, I mean, it is the largest collection of museums in the world. There are 21 properties that make up the Smithsonian. This will have a very big impact. What are you hearing about or seeing about how they'll go about this review?
Yeah, there's an overarching question here for all the viewers watching at home. Do you want Trump White House political appointees, political aides, setting the tone and the content and the framing of museums?
When he was living in New York, he now lives in New Jersey, I believe, maybe upstate New York, but I think it's New Jersey. When he was living in New York, I actually personally know his landlord. Small world.
Exhibits. You know, that is the question on the table here, because this White House letter yesterday from a trio of political appointees and aides says that they will undergo a content review and they will take a very close look at 8 of the museums to begin with. We can put on the screen 8 of the 21 museums that will be examined first. These include the National Museum of African American History and Culture and some of the other very big famous museums along the National Mall in Washington, D.C. These White House aides say they will be looking for content that they want it to be, they say, historically accurate, uplifting, and inclusive, portraying America's heritage. They say they're going to look for opportunities to make, quote, content corrections where necessary, replacing divisive or ideologically driven language with unifying and historically accurate language. Of course, who decides what's historically accurate? Historically, that would be researchers. That would be, folks at the Smithsonian who've been doing this their entire lives. So whether you believe the White House should have this role or not, it's in the eye of the beholder. Some would look at this and say, yeah, what's the big deal? Others would say, this sounds like a Stalinist purge. It sounds like something out of history books about regimes trying to control information. And what we do know about the last 6 or 7 months is that Trump and his aides are trying to exert more control over information in all sorts of ways. But there is an important note here about the Smithsonian storyline. The Smithsonian is not a part of the executive branch. It is not an agency under Trump's direct thumbprint. Courts have held it's not an agency of the government because it was established by Congress, it's funded by Congress, and it has its own board. So what will the Smithsonian do in this case, Kate? Well, we know the Smithsonian says it's going to work constructively with the White House, but I'm very curious to see just how open and helpful the Smithsonian museums are when it comes to being involved in this content review.
Yeah, and really at the end of the day, what changes are made? We've seen some of the like the DOD, they've had to admit mistakes when they've been purging websites and saying they didn't intend to and have to reinstate things, but having to be called out and caught doing it first. We'll see what comes of this.
Joining us now, CNN political commentators Karen Finney and Shermichael Singleton to walk through some of this. Good morning to both of you. Shermichael, I want to start with you on this White House review of the Smithsonian museums and exhibits to, in their words, ensure alignments with President Trump's directive. They want to, again, in their words, celebrate American exceptionalism, remove divisive or partisan narratives, and restore confidence in our shared cultural institutions. Shermichael, American history is messy. I think on our best days, you hope we wake up and do it better the next day, but all of that is there for us to learn about. And if you start to mess with that, does it not start to feel a little like 1984?
Well, I mean, I wasn't born in 1984, so I don't know.
George Orwell, yeah.
I just had to add a little humor to this very serious conversation. Look, as you pointed out, history is ripped with some abhorrent aspects of it, and then you have a lot of triumphs, right? And I think the question for the average person is, how much of both of those things do you consider in one's personal assessment about where we are today? Some individuals have long argued this isn't really a new thought process, that, well, we probably shouldn't focus so much on the abhorrent part, but focus more so on the innovations. And then there are others who would argue, well, you can't overlook or minimize the abhorrent aspects, because clearly you have.
But why is it that the liberal agenda always wants to shine a light on the racial divide or citizen divide, and not so much on the technology, not so much on making America a place of innovation and discovery and exploration? Case in point, look at Obama. Obama basically was gutting exploration, space exploration. I always saw, especially with the liberals in New York, their idea that they cared more about paintings and the Met, right, than they were about getting children into STEM, getting children to be the next big inventor. It was always kind of like, here's a social program. But they cared, these wine and cheese liberals that cared more about paintings than they did about the trajectory of America and ethos of America. And the ethos is an exploring ethos. We are a country of explorers. We are destined to explore. That's our country. It always has been and always will be. But you have these liberals that they'll look down. They'll look down on the ground. But they don't really look up to the stars because they don't have vision. And there's the problem. That's why Trump is doing this. Now, did we have racial tensions and societal tensions throughout American history? Of course we have. We still have some of these tensions, but of course we had these tensions in the past. Now, the question is how much do we want to focus on that? Because in the intelligentsia, what's happening is that the younger generation is being primed to think of oppressor and the oppressed, not a country of exploration. So should we whitewash history? Absolutely not. But we shouldn't focus only on the bad. And we should definitely focus on the future. And that's what I think Trump is focused on. Now, maybe he doesn't articulate it that way. Maybe it's a little bit roughshod, the way he does things. But liberals in general are not builders. Liberals in general aren't explorers. Liberals in general look down, not up.
Acknowledge them so that we don't repeat them. I think you're going to probably ultimately find some folks that are going to say, hey, we got to meet ourselves in the middle. We got to have some middle ground on this. And as Kate was just talking about in the previous segment with Brian Stelter, you have seen in the past couple of months where some officials have attempted to make changes to only come around and say, well, wait a minute here, maybe we went too far. This was a mistake.
Let me give you an example. Many blacks, male or female, many blacks want to emulate some sort of sports idol, especially black males, in football or basketball, or a rapper, or be a singer. Is that really being an explorer? Is that really the ethos of exploration? Is that really the ethos of doing big things? So their subculture is to focus on the pop, right? The pop culture kind of thing, not the ethos of exploration. Or be a talking head on a stupid show like CNN, or be a lawyer. Lawyers aren't exploring. Lawyers aren't changing society. I mean, where it's pushing the envelope of exploration and discovery. Lawyers go into politics and change laws. Sometimes those laws are for the benefit of society. Some aren't. See my point? Is the liberal mindset is looking down and not up. And they're relatively pessimistic. Oh, we got to have social change. We got to make it more equal.
Error, we need to correct this. And I ultimately think you'll probably see some combination of that moving forward, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Karen, what are your thoughts on this?
Our cars have always had great range and great dynamics. Then to integrate all the functionality that you have in a typical crossover is something that's super important. So,
yeah, I'm with you in the 1984 and cultural reference, particularly given that this follows a pattern across what we're seeing Trump do. I mean, we know he's
so Trump must be a dictator, and I heard this from one of the professors from HLS, the Harvard Law School, is talking about this, how he thinks he's a dictator, and this is gonna be the next Stalin. It's crap. All right. But what about her making a statement about how the liberal agenda was to make the country apologetic and not be exploring? The apologetic president was Obama. He just went around the whole world and just apologized for everything. So if you have a liberal group that's focusing on a certain part of history to prevent children from going into STEM, preventing children from thinking big and that they can do anything, and this country is an exploring nation, not a hammock, creating hammocks for, for everything. Why isn't she saying this? Because it's obvious that this happened in the last 20 years. It's happening in the schools. It's happening in the media. It's happening at the museums. They're brainwashing the kids, but it's not okay to focus the attention on other stuff. When Trump wants to focus the attention on other stuff, like exploration, like technology, like America, I can, instead of America, I can't. See, the liberal mindset is America, I can't. They're apologetic. But if you have a mindset of America, I can, it's different. Different things happen. You start instituting a ethos within the younger population, and they become builders and they become entrepreneurs. But if it's America, I can't, then you get Mondani, mayor. So Trump must be 1984. But why not look in the mirror and say the liberal agenda was 1984?
Around diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I would argue represent the best of American values. The idea that, yes, history is messy, but we're constantly trying to get it right and do better. One of the museums is
Oh, really?
the Museum of the American Indian.
DEI was the policy at Harvard that elevated Claudine Gay. But when she was in power at Harvard as a dean of FAS, the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and then when she became president, she blackballed certain types of professors that were disproving the liberal agenda. So is that really diversified? Was that dealing with facts and allowing for a diverse thought within academia? Absolutely not. Don't be hoodwinked with this idea that DEI is allowing for diversity of ideas. What it is it's trying to narrow the actual conversation.
Going last year to a screening of Killers of the Flower Moon, Leonardo DiCaprio, big film, important film about a period in our history that most of us never learned about, but is so vitally important to understanding what was happening with Native Americans at that part of time in our history. But look, this follows the pattern. Think about this. So we fire the person who gives us the data. He's firing the person he doesn't like. If you don't like the jobs numbers, fire the person. Get me the sycophant who's going to give me the numbers that I like. I don't like the way history is written.
It's a little bit more complicated than that. It's a little bit more complicated. All right. What it is that you have Ph.D.s out there and statisticians that their methodologies are just have drifted away from reality. And if they were doing a great job, why do they have to have such a swing of revisions? Because the data is bad. the way they're doing it is wrong. And it needs to be monitored. They have to go through a monetization of the collection of the data. That's the BLS issue. Now, what about Claudine Gay? DEI, who was blackballing certain professors that were disproving the liberal agenda. She doesn't want to bring that up.
Like that exhibit that makes me look bad, we're gonna change it. I mean, this is an authoritarian playbook where he's trying to not only control access to information, but the actual information itself. And we're seeing him do this across a number of sectors, not just the museums, not just the data that is so vital as we were just talking about. So I think we've seen this before. We're gonna see more of it. I think he's gonna do like they've been doing, going to it with a hatchet, not a scalpel, and it's gonna be detrimental to the story of this country. And, you know, the last thing I'll say is, it is also a sign of a weak man, a weak leader.
What we're seeing is the destruction of the ultra liberal. It's a pendulum swinging back to conservatism. It's a pendulum swinging back to capitalism. It is the idea that the blue-haired liberal that was running the country is done. It's done. America, I can. Not America, I can't. And once again, CNN doesn't see it.
Afraid of the truth. You know, strong leaders take the truth, find the solutions, or figure out how do you deal with the truth. They don't just change it to suit their fancy.
Sure, Michael, Karen uses the word authoritarian.
Really?
That
But Claudine Gay did. She's from Harvard. She basically told the economics department that was proving her liberal agenda wrong that you're no longer funded. Because they didn't like the truth. What about the political moves that were going on with the Federal Reserve? They were trying to help Biden. They weren't paying attention to the data. They didn't raise rates the way they should have. They were leaning towards the liberal spectrum in monetary policy. They weren't paying attention to the data. But Trump's the bad guy? Who's more of a bad guy, Trump or Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, where you have now sticky inflation for housing costs? Trump's the bad guy. Yeah. No, I don't think Trump's the bad guy. It's the liberal agenda that is the rot in our society.
going in, making this argument that he's just changing anything he doesn't want. There is the case that we really haven't seen, at least in recent memory, presidents going into museums and trying to change history. What do you say to that framing of it?
Yeah, sure. I think other presidents in the past, at least conservative presidents, have
you got the liberals, the blue-haired liberals, telling you that men can have babies, men can be pregnant. Really? Really? That if you're ex-white for a karyotype, you can just say that you're you know that you could identify as a woman. Really? So they're rewriting biology. Which one's worse? Rewriting God or rewriting the Smithsonian?
On again some of the triumphs that we have seen in American history, whether that's on race or gender or even class for that matter. And I think that the president is attempting to do that, but perhaps not in the traditional way that other presidents in the past have. And so again, I would agree with Karen that you certainly don't want to erase history. You can't erase it. The story is what the story is, the good, bad, and the ugly. But I would posit this position. How much of the past do we focus on, and how much of the triumphs are on? I would argue it has to be a combination of the two. But again, there are some others who would say, well, sure, Michael, I get the past, but I think we got to move on if we're going to get better. And then again, I think there are others who would say, well, yeah, we should move on, but you have to learn from the things that we've gone through in order to move on. And so again, I see it as a mixed bag.
Karen, I'll give you the last word on
No,
that.
no. See, if you listen really carefully to what he was saying, it's the liberals, especially the ones that are promoting reparations. If you keep on hammering apology, white people are bad, there was slavery, and that, you know, there is not enough equality and equity within the society for the minorities, and it's all the fault of the white man and you know, the founding fathers of the Constitution and blah 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 blah, white privilege and all this bullshit. If they keep on saying that, then and they get people going into non-STEM degrees, so they get into law or they go into the humanities or they become, you know, talking heads on shows like this. They get into politics, and then what it does is it's starting to erode that firewall. And when they erode that firewall, they're going to start pushing for reparations. That's what's happening. They want to keep on hammering home. Meanwhile, in 1964, you probably wouldn't have a black person on CNN if CNN was in existence at the time. Black people have more opportunity now than ever in American history, ever. But there is a big percentage of the black community that's especially ultra liberal that is pushing for reparations.
Sorry, in America, the whole idea of America is that it should all be out there, and each one of us can decide for ourselves what's the part we're going to focus on. The point is, the information should be available. We shouldn't be afraid of things that might be painful. That was why we literally were founded.
I totally agree with that. We should not whitewash it, but you shouldn't have an institution like the Smithsonian that is focused on certain things and not others. If you're going to do the focus, you got to show both sides. You have to show equal. The ethos of this country is forward-looking exploration. That has been always the ethos from the beginning of the explorers and the pilgrims and the ones that traverse the oceans. It has always been find the land, do the beachhead, and expand. We've been always forward moving from the moment of our birth of the country and of the continent. It's been forward, and it never changed. But what you're having is these liberals trying to kind of slow that momentum of forwardness. Now, what's going to drive that forwardness is technology. What's going to drive that forwardness is taking risks. What's going to drive that forwardness is having a optimistic attitude. But liberals, they're not like that. They're looking at, oh, this is the way the system is right now. How can we divide it out and hand it to special interests?
As we were trying to escape a mad king.
Right, Karen Finney.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we've printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years.
All right, let's listen in to Trump. He's taking questions.
Us to do ride-alongs with the DC police to
understand how serious this crime issue is?
Sounds, it's okay to me if they want to do it. We're gonna work with the DC police, a lot of very good people in there, not all, but a lot of very good, very, very professional. And, you know, we have a big force. I think they said 3,500. They're always asking the mayor, who's a very nice woman, I gotta do the job. You know, we've worked with the mayor for 6 months and she's been here for many years. And the numbers are worse than they ever are. Don't let anyone tell you they're not. And the whole statistical charts that they made, the whole thing is a rigged deal. They got rid of the guy that, because he didn't want to do the numbers the way they wanted to, and they put their own numbers out. They said it's the best in 20 years. No, it's the worst in 20 years. But we're gonna have, we're gonna be very open about what we're doing. So,
But didn't that woman on CNN say it was Trump that's just whitewashing the stats? But you have the Democrats that aren't willing to really state what a crime is. They change the vocabulary of things. They change the definition of things. And so you can't even compare apples to apples anymore. The liberals are the problem.
well, it's, the Democrats want it because the Democrats have, you know, about 95% of this little area. Even I didn't get it very much. They want that. They want to pick up 2 senators, and that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And that's the least of the reasons why, by the way, but that's one of the reasons why. What we want to do is make Washington, DC, the greatest, most beautiful, safest capital anywhere in the world. And that's going to happen. I mentioned the word bones before. The bones here, the bones, we have the greatest bones. When you look at that Supreme Court building, I think it's one of the most beautiful buildings. When you look at some of the buildings here, it's so magnificent and everything's good, but it's just dirty and not properly maintained. It's not taken care of. Potholes in the roads. All of it's going to happen very quickly. We're going to seek a relatively small amount of money to fix up. And we're going to put it out to bid. We have great contractors here, great road builders, everything. And we're not ripping roads apart so they're closed for 4 years as they redo the concrete bases. And you don't need that. We need a beautiful topping by a very talented asphalt type person, somebody that does the job. We go out, you know, when I get contractors, I use great contractors. And to me, a great contractor is a very special, like a great surgeon, like a great teacher, like a great nurse. A great contractor is very important. We'll only use the best. And when you put a coat of asphalt on that 2 inches of asphalt, 3 inches of asphalt, it looks brand new. You take all the garbage off. They reseed it, as we call it, or different names, but they take the bad stuff off and they put the good stuff down. It takes not a long period of time. A matter of a few days, you'll have a beautiful, magnificent road. You fix up the curbs. You get rid of the medians in this town are just horrible. You know, you're running around. I think to myself, leaders come from foreign countries. You see with leaders all the time. Differently, they came in from India recently and from everywhere. They came in from a war that we just ended, Azerbaijan, and you know that, and Armenia. We just ended the war. The 2 leaders came in. One of them said, "My country looks better. The roads are better than." You know, we were talking about it. I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, the roads are better in Armenia than they are in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing." And I was asked at the last press conference, they said to me, "How important is it? You're doing
And that is emblematic of what's going on in many areas of the country. Not just the physical, but also the mentalness of the liberal agenda. Liberals destroy. Liberals are destroying the cities. Liberals are destroying the mindset of the young. Liberals are destroying businesses. Liberals are bad for the country.
Safe, clean, and beautiful in a very short period of time. Go ahead, please. In the back, yeah, please.
Mr. President, how were your calls this morning with European leaders, and was it your call not to invite President Zelensky to your meeting with Putin?
No, just the opposite. No. We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call.
I would rate it a 10, very, very friendly. I know the leaders because I was at NATO, as you know, I took it from 2% to 5%, 2% that wasn't paid, 5% that is paid, which is trillions of dollars in defense capability. No, it was always going to be, I was going to meet with President Putin, and then after that, I'm going to call the leaders and President Zelensky. I'm going to call President Zelensky, and then I'll call probably in that order the leaders. There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first, because the first is I'm going to find out where we are and what we're doing. Again, this is Biden's war. This isn't my war. He got us into this thing. And it should have never happened. This war would have never happened if I were president. But it is what it is, and I'm here to fix it. And I'm here to stop 6,000, 7,000 people last week. 7,213 people last week were killed, mostly soldiers. But missiles being lobbed into towns don't exactly help either. But mostly soldiers. And Ukrainian and Russian, they're not American soldiers, but if we can save a lot of lives, it'll be a great thing. I've stopped 5 wars in the last 6 months. And on top of that, we wiped out the nuclear capability of Iran, obliterated it. It's turned out to be a correct word, by the way, because some of the press said, well, maybe it wasn't obliteration. It was obliteration. And we're going to meet with, I would say, the second meeting. If the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately. And we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself, if they'd like to have me there. And that would be a meeting where maybe it could be absolutely work. But the first meeting will not work that out. Certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting. But it's setting the table for the second meeting. I think the second meeting, if the second meeting takes place, now there may be no second meeting, because if I feel that it's not appropriate to have it because I didn't get the answers that we have to have, then we're not going to have a second meeting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I didn't ask you. Go ahead, please, Regis.
I just wanted to ask you, thank you, Mr. President. How involved were you in the selection process of these honorees?
I would say I was about 98% involved. No, they all went through me. They came over, Rick, and Sergio, and everybody. They said, I turned down plenty. It was too woke. I had a couple of wokesters. No, we have great people. This is very different than it used to be. Very different. These are great people, and I don't have any idea the Republican kids. They want people that.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha root. This will help to control glucose levels and your cortisol levels, bring down inflammation. Very important for cardiovascular health and immune system. Lignans helps to improve your endocrine system and your immune system, brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's a powder, mix it with filtered water for soft foods. And turmeric. Turmeric brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines and also soaks up free radicals. When you take them together, this is a powerful stack for your cardiovascular health and your immune system. So go to my store, get the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha root.
That the auctioneers selling those materials back. Are you finishing building the wall?
Well, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I was getting very close. I actually finished the wall, but then I added another 200 miles because when you do the original wall that I said I was going to build, which I got built, and I got it to the specifications of the Border Patrol and ICE, the exact, they wanted steel, they wanted concrete inside, they wanted rebar inside that, they wanted it to have wires. We have the walls are wired for, all of the internet stuff and security things. And we built it hundreds of miles. We did great. That's one of the reasons even now we're able to have such good numbers at zero, essentially very little people coming in. But Biden, I ordered for another 200 miles. I was going to do another 200 because it's the way it is. And we're all set to do it. Then we had the bad election result, the horrible, what happened to our country, what they've allowed to happen to our country. And we are taking now that wall back. They sold the wall. Now, this is expensive stuff. Hardened steel, very expensive. 9,000 pound concrete and rebar. Rebar is very expensive, the hardest rebar. No, it's very hard to cut. You have different materials. It's very hard to cut because they cut it down if they can. It's very hard to cut. And Biden sold it for pennies on the dollar, 3 cents on the dollar, 4 cents on the dollar. He sold it. And I said, these guys really don't want it. That was when I first realized, when I saw the wall was being put up, because we could have finished the rest of the wall in about 4 weeks, anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks. It was all set to go. It was laying down.
Because they need a porous border to get more Democratic seats. See, if you have a census that's counting illegal immigrants, then you get more power in Congress. If you have more people going into, more illegals going into your school system, you get more money for those elementary schools, those grade schools, because it's based on pupil head count. If you get amnesty for the illegal immigrants in these sanctuary states, guess what? You stop the bleeding of your population and you maintain control in Congress. The Democratic Party has to have a porous border to survive.
Least of it, but we're gonna buy it, but we're gonna take the wall back. We're paying a small amount of money, as I understand it, to get it back, to get rid of the litigation. We'll take it back, we'll put it up, yeah. Go ahead in the back, please.
I want to take it back to the Kennedy Center if I can just for a second, Mr. President.
Sure.
From what I understand, the Les Mis show exceeded everyone's expectations, attendance, revenue across the board.
Right.
Do you anticipate future shows to basically do the same?
I like that guy. Now that's called a question, okay? And he's a great reporter, actually. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it did great. Les Mis did great, broke records and was sold out and beautiful. And we anticipate a lot of that happening. There's a thirst for it. And especially when the crime is knocked out. You know, when we knock out crime, some people probably stay away from places like restaurants and up.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you're 40 years of age or older, it's really important to take the vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondrial health and boost up ATP. That's your energy source for your cell. Vitamin B complex helps the cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex helps with neural health. Very important to protect your neurons. You're going to know a lot of people within 5 years that are going to have early onset of dementia or Parkinsonian problems, gait issues, movement issues. Trust me, it's going to happen. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation and helps to improve your lipid profile. By doing that, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. And C60 is a very powerful antioxidant. You take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to buy it in a higher ounce configuration. C60 is in a oil, so you can get the proper absorption. Never take C60 in a powdered form, ever, 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 ever. Bad. But C60 in a lipid that allows for that proper absorption. Now, C60 will soak up free radicals about hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more than a molecule of vitamin C. So 1 molecule of C60, hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more than 1 molecule of vitamin C. Now, C60, by soaking up those free radicals, reduces stress in the cell, reduces stress at the vascular level, even reduces stress at the brain level. And when you are reducing stress in those tissues, your organ systems are perform better. At the vascular level, by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. That means that you're reducing plaque buildup. Now, C60, by soaking up those free radicals in the cell, is also improving the mitochondrial health, so you have more ATP, more energy. People that age, they have less energy. Why? Because their mitochondria is bad. And it's a feedback loop. When you age, you rust more. And then your mitochondria goes down more and your energy levels go down, and it's a feedback loop. Well, you've got to stop the feedback loop by soaking up the free radicals and improving the health of the mitochondria. And then your energy levels start to go back up. Your cells start to perform better. Your tissues start to perform better. Your organ systems start to perform better. Now, do you understand why taking C60 actually slows down the aging process? Now, for your neurons, what it's going to do is it's going to reduce that stress in the neuron. Your myelin sheath integrity will be maintained and improved. The mitochondrial health within the neuron improves. You have more energy in the neuron to produce the neurotransmitters. So you have that positive neuroplasticity, so you think faster. You have better memory. You have better motor coordination. And it's really important to stimulate your body by doing resistance training and cardio and balancing exercises and stretching exercises to stimulate those nerves and improve those connections, especially for that cerebellum. And with better blood flow, you're creating a microenvironment for this positive neuroplasticity. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the C60. It's going to help improve your immune system, your endocrine system, brain function. Lots of different systems are going to be performed. Lots of people start noticing better eyesight. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. Again, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking it since 2016. This is the reason why I look much better than Alex Jones. Alex Jones is younger than I am. But Alex Jones looks like he's 15 years older. Now, who do you want to trust? Do you want to trust the supplements that I take and that I offer on my store, and I'm telling you how to stack them and how to apply a holistic approach to your life to slow down the aging process? Or do you want to listen to a bloated, aging conspiracy theorist, aka Alex Jones? Which one would you prefer to support? Which one would you prefer to gracefully age? You want to gracefully age with Alex Jones, or do you want to gracefully age with DrPaulCottrell? It's your choice. Choose wisely. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
So we have to buy. But despite that, we're powering through it, and we have the greatest economy maybe we've ever had. But the housing sector, people aren't able to get good mortgages that pay too much because of Jerome Too Late Powell. He's truly incompetent. And we'll be making another, we put a very good man in temporarily in the one spot because one of the people that was appointed by the Democrats left early. And I heard left because that person wanted lower interest rates, and I heard quit, but I have no idea. I'm sure she won't say that. I'll be naming a new chairman sometime within the next, I think I'll name it a little bit earlier, the new chairman. I'm down to 3 or 4 names, all good, all great. The problem is you name them and then they turn out to be not good. That's happened to me a couple of times. You name somebody, they tell you everything you want to hear, and then they go in and they turn out to be not good. I mean, he told me everything that I thought was appropriate. He turned out to be stiff, real stiff. But other than that, I think he's doing a very good job. Yes. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 more. 1 or 2 more. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead. Mr. President, Scott Bassett. Are you the Treasury Secretary?
You don't want me for Treasury?
I don't know. You look like you could do a good job. Go ahead.
Keep my family budget okay. Sir, when you meet with Vladimir Putin Friday in Alaska,
yeah,
do you believe you can convince him to stop targeting civilians in Ukraine?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've had that conversation with him. I've had a lot of good conversations with him. Then I go home and I see that a rocket hit a nursing home or a rocket hit an apartment building and people are laying dead in the street. So I guess the answer to that is no, because I've had this conversation. I want to end the war. It's Biden's war, but I want to end it. I'll be very proud to end this war along with the 5 other wars I ended. But I guess the answer to that is probably no, because I would have had a good conversation with Vladimir. I knew him very well. I got along with him great, actually. We had I had to go through the Russia hoax. And it was actually, it was a strain on the relationship. I actually told him, I said, you know, they got this phony investigation going on, Russia, totally phony, created by Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff and Hillary Clinton and the whole group of them. And it made it very dangerous for our country because I was unable to really deal with Russia the way we should have been able, looking at Pam, because I hope something's going to be done about it. These people put our country in great danger. And Adam Schiff was all made up. It was a hoax. The Mueller report came out. They all hated me. They had 18 Trump haters. And they said I did nothing wrong. They couldn't believe, they couldn't find anything after years of investigation. It was all a hoax. It was a hoax created by the Democrats, but in particular Schiff, Crooked Hillary, the whole group. And now we've learned all the stuff that's come out over the last 2 months is incredible through intelligence. And hopefully something's going to happen with it. These are people that put our country in danger, in real danger. I want to thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To have President Trump live at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., making his way off the stage following a news conference and an announcement. The whole reason why he was there was, in fact, to announce the Kennedy Center honor nominees, and in fact made some news right at the outset saying that he'd agreed to host the Kennedy Center honors this year, naming country music star George Strait, Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, Michael Crawford among the first batch of Kennedy Center honor nominees under his leadership, of course, as the center's new chairman. Says he will, yes, host the awards program, and that will all coincide with a massive revamping and upgrading of the facilities, he says, at the Kennedy Center, as he calls it, the Trump Kennedy Center. Whoops. I mean Kennedy Center Awards in his Truth Social post from last evening. Of course, here at Bloomberg, and welcome, by the way, to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. It happens like this a lot at noontime around here. I'm Joe Matthew, and we did learn a lot more about the meeting on Friday. That's something that we want to focus on here with the president looking ahead to the sit-down one-on-one, as it has been described by the White House, with Russia's President Vladimir Putin. A lot of headlines here when it comes to this, saying that he spoke with Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders earlier this morning. He said he rates the call at 10, and we can get into what they were talking about a little bit when we sit down with Nick Wadhams in a moment. Said, very good chance we'll have a second meeting. It was not my call, interestingly. He said it was not my call to leave Zelensky out of the meeting, suggesting that it was Vladimir Putin's call. Second meeting would be more productive, he said, which would presumably include Volodymyr Zelensky. May not have a second meeting if I don't get the answers I want. But if the first one goes well, he says he will seek a trilateral. This comes with reporting today. There's finally some new details on what's actually going to happen on Friday, as the president will be meeting Vladimir Putin at an air base, Elmendorf-Richardson Air Base in Anchorage on Friday. We're still waiting for a tick-tock from the White House, but we finally have a venue. And we also have an earful from European leaders who are very concerned that lines are going to be frozen in place without their input following the meeting on Friday. Glad to say Nick Wadhams is with us, and it's been a while. He runs our national security coverage here in Washington. Thanks for coming over. Great to see you now that we've gotten our way through the news conference. How's this going to look? Do these guys get in an airplane hangar? Will there be interpreters? How do we expect the room to be set?
I think what you could, it would probably be either one of two options: two chairs next to each other, or across the table with aides on each side. Elmendorf is a pretty big base. They've certainly got sufficient facilities to do this thing. And, you know, the big question we'll be trying to answer is, how long are they going to talk for? You know, is this going to be an all afternoon thing? Is this just going to be a quick meeting?
Vladimir Putin's English is not good enough, and Donald Trump's Russian is not good enough for them to do this without translators, so they will be slowed by those interactions. And then we'll have to see. We are expecting there. I'm almost certain there will be a press conference from the president. Will he go up there with Vladimir Putin? Hard to imagine he would do that. But
well, there was a phone call this morning. I'd love to hear what you know about this with European leaders. I believe this was organized by the Chancellor of Germany, Volodymyr Zelensky, I should say, was on this call, and they actually appeared alongside the Chancellor and Zelensky after the call with Trump. They're worried about outcomes without their involvement. What's the message?
Well, the big one is the question of land, territorial swaps. So when you saw the readouts from this meeting from Emmanuel Macron, from others, there's a real insistence that they're saying, listen, what President Trump wants is a ceasefire, and we are not going to see any sort of agreement over land swaps, and that can't be done without Ukraine's participation anyway. When you sort of read between the lines here, it feels a lot like the Europeans are trying to stake the U.S. to a position it's unclear that President Trump has. He has openly said he thinks land swaps are going to be necessary here. He sure has. What you're finding, I think, is that what they really don't want is Trump to essentially try to give away the store in this meeting. Whether he can actually do that with Volodymyr Zelensky, not there is an open question. But certainly if he agrees to something like, yeah, I think land swaps are a great idea, I mean, that really is going to undercut Zelensky's position.
There are reports today that Donald Trump told Zelensky and the leaders on this call that his goal, one of his goals, is to get a ceasefire out of this meeting. Is that what we're setting the bar here? Because it seems like White House was walking back expectations the last couple of days.
They have been walking back expectations, essentially, and you have seen this before in their sort of messaging where they say, President Trump is the only guy who can fix this. He's get in a room with Vladimir Putin, stare into his eyes, stare him down, and come out with a big deal. Then they come out and say, well, actually, no, this is sort of a feel-out meeting, which is the words that President Trump has used. And now you're hearing, as you mentioned, what he's saying today is, okay, we'll do this meeting and then we'll do another meeting. So it's really unclear what he can actually get from this. Whether that bothers him is another question. You remember back when he met Kim Jong-un in North Korea, he was perfectly willing to walk out of that meeting and say, no deal, we're done. But I think right now, certainly the expectation is that this is going to be talks about future talks. And he is not going to be able to secure an agreement from Vladimir Putin on a ceasefire without extensive follow-up. We have had several conversations where Russia agrees to a certain type of ceasefire, a maritime ceasefire, a limited one, or one where, air defenses, things like that. But I think, he may hope that Vladimir Putin comes out of this and says, okay, guns are going to go silent. That seems extremely unlikely, right?
Really interesting. We've only got about 30 seconds left here, Nick. This is a day trip for the president. It's going to be a quick meeting, or do they go on there and come out hours later?
Well, I mean, I think he's likely to go at least for a couple of hours. He's got to do his press conference, though, and then, he does not want to spend the night in Alaska. So I don't think this is going to be one of those long, hard slogs you've seen sometimes in past meetings.
We're going to go into overtime with you for a minute because you're Nick Wadhams. And we have news from overnight. The fighting continues to rage here. Vladimir Putin is actually advancing as we walk up to this meeting here. Zelensky said at least 531 Russian troops were killed Monday. At least 18 Ukrainian troops confirmed killed. 240 wounded, 79 declared missing. What's actually happening on the ground right now?
Well, I mean, this is one of the big questions that hangs over this thing, which is what incentive does Vladimir Putin actually have to halt the fighting when things are going in his direction? His troops continue to advance as the U.S. has throttled back its support for Ukraine. Ukraine's position has become increasingly tenuous. In the long game, the expectation was always that given its greater numbers and larger military, Russia would, in a grinding war of attrition, win, simply because it has more forces that it can expend and that Ukraine doesn't have. So the question always has been, okay, you're going to get in a room with him. Why would Vladimir Putin agree to stop when things are sort of in his favor right now? And so far, that's just a question that President Trump has not been able to answer.
On top of the fact that he's not adhered to prior agreements, which is how we got here today, of course. What is Vladimir Putin's mood going into this? Because the reporting is that he feels like he's already got a win by sitting down in person, that he's being lauded at home. Is that true, or the headlines?
Right. I mean, if what he wants is to make this an argument or a standoff between the U.S. and Russia, he essentially wants to keep Ukraine sidelined. He's incredibly frustrated about this idea from the Biden administration of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. You know, they always made sure that Zelensky took the lead. You were never going to see him sidelined. But when Trump gets into a room with Vladimir Putin, the concern from a lot of experts is, well, listen, he is essentially undercutting Zelensky's position and making it impossible, because if Zelensky does or says something that makes Trump mad, you can be darn sure that Trump is going to put a lot of pressure on Zelensky's. And that's exactly where Putin wants Trump's focus to be, sort of negative energy pressure on Zelensky and not necessarily on Putin.
There's a big headline a couple of weeks ago when the Netherlands stood up to be the first to buy or pay for U.S. weapons to be used in Ukraine. Have there been other nations? Is there another package coming, or was that kind of a one-off?
No, I mean, that is sort of essentially the arrangement that NATO is making now, that they're going to be trying to buy these U.S. weapons. But, you know, the question you have, the concern from within the Trump administration is if they sell these weapons, yes, that could be advantageous for Ukraine, but they also don't want, in some ways, to upset Vladimir Putin. So they don't want to have a situation where, you know, they have said repeatedly, hey, we don't want to boost sanctions. We don't want to keep antagonizing Vladimir Putin because we want to lure him to the table. So it's sort of a carrot approach with Putin, whereas the Biden administration used a stick approach. Okay, we're going to keep those weapons and keep the military pressure on, because they believe that was the only way to compel Putin to the table.
Remember when Donald Trump was at the Vatican and met with Zelensky? Famous picture of the two of them, two chairs knee to knee. I say they put two chairs right down on the runway at this airbase, so they don't have to put them in a hangar, right?
It's cold up there. Well,
it's going to be in the 60s. I was just going to say this. We look at the forecast. Nice time to be in Alaska, which I suspect you
How
will
many hours of sunlight? Yeah.
Maybe not too many, but he's going to be back by bedtime that night, isn't he?
He will be. So that, I mean, and that is the question we all have. How much can you actually do
on a day trip
to Alaska? Especially when you don't really have a lot of subject matter experts. I mean, it's really going to be Trump in there. This is not going to be they're not going to come out of this with a detailed 50-page agreement.
Yes,
with all the T's crossed and the I's dotted and details on specific territory and things like that. So it raises the question: is that in the offing next, or are we sort of headed down yet again another rabbit hole that just results in broken promises and a better chance maybe for him to regroup?
We're going to have a late night, or at least a late afternoon here on Friday, and I hope you'll be with us on Bloomberg Radio. I suspect you will be in the newsroom with the full reporting forces of Bloomberg, and we'll have folks on the ground in Alaska as well. Bloomberg's annual reporter will be traveling with the president, so stay with us as we learn more about timing. We're going to walk you through all of this live coming up on Friday. Nick Wadhams, thank you. As always, runs our national security team here in Washington. We're going to assemble our panel next. There are big questions about whether Democrats are about to head back home in Texas. We'll talk redistricting and maybe take a look at this new lineup of Kennedy Center honorees. They said they didn't even know Trump was coming today at the Kennedy Center. He just picked him. Sylvester Stallone made out pretty well. So did Kiss. But we turn to Wall Street first. Let's get to the markets. We haven't heard from Charlie Pellet next. It looks pretty good with green on the screen. Charlie, what do you have?
Indeed, we got records for the S&P, NASDAQ. However, we are well off session highs right now. 4-point gain on the S&P 500 index on this Wednesday, up now at 64.50, an advance of under 0.1%. The Dow up 313, up by about 0.7%. NASDAQ also at a record up 2 points now, a little change, so it has been swinging between gains and losses. Indeed, the NASDAQ 100 index in the red, lower a little change down under 0.1%. The 10-year 4.23% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.67%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce, 33.58. That is a gain right now of just about 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil, WTI, down 1.7%, 62.11 per barrel of WTI. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been calling for a 50 basis point interest rate cut after this week's CPI. In a one-on-one conversation with Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, Bessent said that could be the start of a new rate cutting cycle.
We should probably be 150, 175 basis points lower. So, I think the committee needs to step back
Treasury Secretary Besson says he also agrees with President Trump's too late nickname for Jay Powell because the Fed has been too data dependent. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation, the full conversation with Treasury Secretary Scott Besson on the Bloomberg Fox podcast. And speaking of Jay Powell, President Trump, you heard the announcement here on Bloomberg Radio saying he will be naming a replacement for Fed Chair Jay Powell a little bit early. Now, speaking to reporters at the Kennedy Center, he told us, quote, he is down to 3 or 4 names, adding, quote, all good, all great. We're keeping an eye open for shares of bullish BLSH on the ticker symbol. They are now indicated to open at between $85 and $88 a piece. That IPO price $37 a share. Bullish, backed by Peter Thiel, it is a crypto exchange. Again, recapping, NASDAQ just turning negative, down under 0.1%. S&P up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now. Back to go to Washington. Once again, your host, here it is, Joe.
Yes, sir. The showbiz capital of America today, Charlie. How about it? President Trump at the Kennedy Center a little while ago with the honorees as chosen on best. Guess by him. He just came up with his own favorites there. It's good for Sly Stallone and a couple of others. Gloria Gaynor. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. He says he's going to make the building look more beautiful than ever. And more importantly, let's not bury the lead. Donald Trump says he's going to host the award ceremony himself back on stage here in Washington. I wonder what James Tallarico is thinking right now. He's been living up in Chicago for a couple of weeks, and not to be honest, pretty nice place to be, right? They've been up there in Evanston, spending time with J.B. Pritzker instead of being in Texas for a special session. A special legislative session was called by the governor to handle a number of things, including redrawing the congressional map. And if you've been with us here on Balance of Power, you've heard us talk a lot about this. Democrats said, no, we're not going to do this. In fact, we're going to break quorum by leaving the state, preventing Republicans from moving forward with the process. And everyone, including folks like Rep. Tallarico, who was a Democrat from Texas, talked to us about this, suggested that they realized the outcome may not change. They wanted to slow this process down, give Republicans a chance to back up and maybe change their minds. That doesn't appear to be the case. And at some point, well, people need to go home. And so as I read on the terminal, Democratic lawmakers from Texas say they are considering their options today amid a report that they could return to the state as soon as this weekend. Republican Governor Greg Abbott has pledged to call session after session. He said the day they get back, I'll call the next one for this redistricting proposal. And the whole point here, as endorsed by President Trump, is to create 5 new Republican seats in the state of Texas. And you don't need me to walk through this whole thing. Maybe you heard of Gavin Newsom, who's standing by in California to do the very same thing, essentially daring Texas to move forward. Look at this on Twitter from the governor of California. Final warning, Donald Trump. This, by the way, all caps, taking a page out of the book. Maybe the most important warning in history, exclamation point. Stop cheating, or California will redraw the maps. And guess who will announce it this week, question mark. Gavin Newsom. Many say the most loved and handsome governor and a very powerful team. Don't make us do it. Triple exclamation point. A little trolling going on there as we assemble our political panel today. Adam Hodge is back with us, Democratic strategist, managing director at Bully Pulpit, and Lisa Camuso Miller, Republican strategist, former comms director at the RNC, host of the Friday Reporter podcast. It's great to see you both. Adam, did you tell Gavin Newsom how to speak to Trump online?
Well, he's certainly taken a page out of Trump's book there. And as for his social media team also having some fun with it as well. Look, they are been very clear what the stakes are and what California is prepared to do. But I think what you've seen over the last few days is Democrats across the country saying we're not going to just wait for Texas to act, that we see the writing on the wall. We're just going to go ahead and move forward with the process wherever we can. And I think this race to the bottom is actually a real detriment to the broader democracy if politicians are just carving up voters the way they feel. But there's no question the Democrats have made the decision. We're not going to unilaterally decide that we have as much a stake in the shape of the democracy. And if this is the way the landscape is, we're going to play ball and look to take action regardless of what happens in Texas.
Well, here we are, Lisa. they're gonna hold a news conference, I guess, 2:30 Eastern time, so about 2 hours from now, maybe a little bit less. The lawmakers who are in Illinois, and they're gonna join up with their Indiana counterparts here, 2:30, I guess we might learn more. But there's reporting as well, ABC News reporting members are assessing strategies in a private meeting to make decisions about future plans currently. Texas Republicans say they're ready to go as soon as Friday with the next legislative session, according to the Washington Post. I'm just compiling everything that I see here. So are they gonna caravan back to Texas this week or what?
I mean, it feels like they will because they're talking about vacating those seats, right? And so they all have an obligation. And I certainly think that they don't want to be excused from the conversation. So what's going to happen is they're going to go back. And then I think Adam's point is very good. We have a two-party system in this country. And so thereby the Democrats have every right to get into the fight and figure out how to gain those 5 seats back in other places where this is a possibility. This luckily is the way that democracy works, in not the way it was designed, but certainly the way that redistricting works, in that there are plenty of other states where seats can be picked up. Unfortunately, this is what has made the country so divided, is that we have taken these districts and turned them into places that can no longer be turned over. They continue to be historically Republican or historically Democrat, and not allowing for a wide voice and a wide opportunity for re-election or election of different candidates and different parties. And so to me, this is just another example of where redistricting is going to not only cause complication, but cause great confusion and real frustration with the voters.
Yeah, I was talking to my dad about this the other day, Adam. He reminded me of the old Salamander district in Massachusetts, and you wonder if there is an end to this. Once you start it, how does it end? And I wonder as well if there's a potential for overreach, if it's even possible in a state like Texas by Republicans, because Ken Paxton's ready to put Beto O'Rourke in jail. You seen this? The Attorney General actually went to a judge yesterday to request that Beto O'Rourke be put in prison for violating an order, he said, not to fundraise for Democrats as they denied quorum in Austin. Should Beto start to worry?
No, and just like they threatened, they were gonna send the FBI to track down these lawmakers, obviously that didn't happen. It's all a bunch of noise, a bunch of bluster that they can't back up. But I think it further illuminates for the rest of the country just how ridiculous the actions that the members of the Texas legislature and the governor are. And the voters in Texas are clearly understanding that they're actually doing this at the behest of leaders in Washington. It's not usual for Texans to take orders from other states. I know that's something they pride themselves on, their independence. So it is a bit rich to see the governor of Texas and Ken Paxton all of a sudden subsuming themselves to the whims of the president in Washington. But I think the thing we can't forget, we're spending all this time talking about, and the Republicans are having to defend their actions here. They're not talking about the big beautiful bill, so-called big beautiful bill. They're not talking about the tax cuts in the bill. They're certainly trying to avoid talking about the Medicare cuts to their constituents. The policies are unpopular. So what do you do when your policies are unpopular? You try to rig the game so you don't have to defend the policies and win on the merits. That's what I think Democrats are arguing. I think it's a particularly effective argument, and it certainly elevated this issue with a whole range of other voters that probably weren't paying attention to this issue going forward. So I think you're right, careful what you wish for. This could very much blow up in the faces of the Republicans in Texas.
Is it possible to overreach in bright red Texas in this case, Lisa?
I don't know, Joe. I mean, there is something really special that happens down there in the Lone Star State. And I think there's a tremendous amount of loyalty to the party in a way that really maybe not going to tip the scales, but certainly will be the kind of thing that I think other states will pay attention to. And there are plenty of other surrounding states that don't necessarily behave and operate in that manner that very well could backlash against the party. Maybe not in Texas, but certainly in the midterm elections.
Joe, I think there's a gamble here that they're making, though. They've carved up most of these districts to now be a roughly 60% Hispanic, or they're banking on this well of support among Hispanic voters in Texas. That has not historically been the case. Now, maybe there's a realignment happening, but there's an equally good chance that it's not happening, and that the backlash to the policies of the administration that aren't actually lowering costs, that were seen as the highest rated issue among Hispanic voters in Texas last year, could boomerang back and Democrats may find themselves in a more competitive landscape in the midterms in 2026.
Interesting. As we spend time with our panel, I know you're both excited about the Kennedy Center honors this year. Did you both hear Donald Trump is going to host this? He actually went to the Kennedy Center to make an announcement this morning. Remarkable. He will be the new host of the program. He is, of course, the self-appointed chairman of the Kennedy Center, what he referred to on social media as the Trump Kennedy Center. Whoops, I mean Kennedy Center. And he showed up today, guys, with his own roster of Kennedy Center honors nominees. George Strait, Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, the rock band Kiss, and Michael Crawford, the actor-singer. He talked about his affinity for Broadway, his taste in music and stage performance. Lisa, he also says he's going to make the Kennedy.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This is going to help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Super important for your pancreatic health. As you get older, your pancreas doesn't perform as well. So it's important to take supplements that help break up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. So get the digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreatic health. Resveratrol, super important to take. It helps with youthful gene expression, helps to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. By reducing free radical load, you're going to improve your mitochondria and improve your ATP. ATP is a major energy source for your cells. And by improving the ATP and your mitochondrial health, the cells will perform better. So take resveratrol also to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Super important. Stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. Myotrol, very important for gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, it's going to be harder for you to build muscle. Taking Myotrol is going to help you build that muscle. Do some resistance training and help you maintain that muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. They'll also help with the health of the mitochondria. It stacks well with resveratrol. And collagen. Collagen is a dual-purpose supplement. It's a powder. You take it every day. Take a big scooper a day, mix it with soft foods or filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk. Do resistance training. It's going to help with your musculature, your bone density, and your joint health. Also, collagen is going to help with the skin, hair, and nails. So dual purpose. So please go to my store, get the collagen, the Myotrol, the resveratrol, and the digestive enzyme complex. It's a great stack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Is Trump as the chair going to do it either?
Listen, they had the Grateful Dead there last year, right? Or they honored the Grateful Dead, whomever's left, Lisa, so why not Kiss? Last year was Francis Ford Coppola, Bonnie Raitt, Grateful Dead. Show will be broadcast later on CBS. That, by the way, is a whole other great irony that the president will be hosting this on CBS following the settlement. I don't know. I mean, rock and roll is going to be fun to watch. Lisa Camuso-Miller and Adam Hodge will be back with us in our second hour here on Balance of Power with much more to talk about. The president, while he was at the Kennedy Center, took a bunch.
I want to go to MSNBC, what was posted about 59 minutes ago with Chris Matthews.
Listen, you paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more.
All right, with us we have special correspondent at Vanity Fair and host of the Fast Politics podcast, Molly Jong Fast. The president of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton, and former MSNBC host Chris Matthews joins us. His Substack is entitled Hardball with Chris Matthews. We love it. And Chris, you also served as a Capitol cop in D.C. I want to ask you not just your take about this move by President Trump, what you feel about it, but also how Democrats should be responding. What do you think the politics of this is? I think it's a political win for Trump. And I think that the Democrats need to go beyond saying, no, look at the data. Crime is going down. I feel that is exactly the wrong response politically, even if it's true. Because the problems that DC is facing, whether the data shows it's going up or down, is homelessness, crime, rats, poverty, disparity in wealth, all the systemic problems that cities are facing. And I'm wondering if Democrats need to go beyond the data and come up with a real answer to these problems. What do you think in terms of this on the political level? Do you think this is a win for Trump? How do you think Democrats are responding?
Well, there's a couple things here. I think he's showing strength, which is always a big thing with him. I want to go back to what you just said initially about me. I was a Capitol policeman just for 3 months. It was a patronage job. I later became a legislative assistant to a senator. But I got to tell you, when he has a guy in the Justice Department now who said, kill the cops during the January 6th event, I'll never forget that. The President of the United States says that they pardoned the people that committed crimes that day and had their pictures taken so you have hard evidence of their criminality. And he let them go. He pardoned them. And then he put this guy who says kill the cops in the Justice Department. It's awful. Is he for the government or against the government? That's a good question. Now, in terms of D.C., I've chosen to live my life here. I love D.C. I think it's a beautiful city. When I go to work, when I do morning yoga, coming in early in the morning, I got to tell you, it's a beautiful city. Jefferson Memorial, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial. You come up to Washington Mall, it's beautiful. Now, there are some crimes that are evident and are iconic. If you come into this city, you're going to see pub tents in DuPont Circle. Now, they don't commit crimes necessarily, but they're there. Signs of homelessness, which is not being treated. You see graffiti, which drives me crazy because it's right on the most beautiful places, the bridges and all, covered in graffiti, and they have to paint it over to cover it up. They don't really get rid of it, it's still there. And so I think the iconic, the look of a suburbanite, I think this is about the suburbs and the rural areas against the big cities. I think Trump knows that people are afraid to go into big cities. They go to a Phillies game. They talk about it. They don't want to get downtown. They don't trust the situation. So politically, I think the strength is his red power in the rural parts of Pennsylvania and Scranton and Bethlehem and Allentown. Those people are going to look at this headline and say, it's about time somebody's doing something about D.C. And Philly with Krasner as our DA. You need a tougher DA. You just do. But put people in jail. But the crime is inevitably committed by working people.
Now think about this. Who's running these cities? Most of them are being run by Democrats. They've turned the cities into shitholes. Don't be surprised there's white flight. Don't be surprised that people want to go to the suburbs. Don't be surprised that you have a president now that wants to clean up the mess that the Democratic Party created.
DC working people are Black, African American. They're the ones getting hit by crime, not the suburbanites and not the tourists and not the people that just look at the city. Trump.
I live in New York. I have seen multiple mayors come and go, going all the way back to Bloomberg, all right, as the mayor. The city has many types of people, very wealthy, very poor. It's like the tale of two cities, right? You have many different types of nationalities and ethnicities in New York City. And everyone is affected by the crime. Rich, poor, white, Black. So this monolithic aspect to what he's saying is just not true. It's just not true in New York City. Now, I don't know about Chicago or maybe LA, but it's somewhat similar in Boston to New York. So I know Boston area and their crime. I know New York and its crime and the homelessness and all these issues. And both cities have been run down by liberal mayors. The beginning of the fall of the apex, or let's say the apex of New York, and the steady decline was that last couple of years right out of Bloomberg's last term. Those last couple of years was when it was just starting. And it really accelerated when de Blasio came in. Ultra liberal. Democratic Party. They mess things up. But all these talking heads, they're all making millions. All these people that are on that show are well-to-do. And they wanted to say to the American public that Washington, D.C. is safe with a straight face. Get real. These are the wine and cheese Democrats that I'm talking about. And look at Al Sharpton. Like he's not corrupt. And he represents the black constituency for the Democratic Party. Al Sharpton, Reverend Sharpton. Reverend? Really? Seems like you can be anyone could be a reverend.
To the city visually like a real estate agent. He wants to beautify the city like he's doing at the White House with that ridiculous ballroom he's putting in and getting rid of the Rose Garden. That's Trump work. But I think it shows strength. I agree with you. I think this is a strength move against the big city.
What's wrong with having a major extension on the White House? If you actually look at the early designs that Washington wanted for the White House, it was supposed to be similar to Versailles. So over time, the White House campus is supposed to be much bigger. So Trump is going right back to what George Washington. Now let's think about this for a second. Didn't I say many months ago, maybe even more than a year ago, that Trump has similar characteristics, what I call soul roots, to George Washington? You look at the silhouette of Trump, it's very similar to a silhouette of George Washington, just in a modern context. If you look at JFK, there's a similarity between JFK and Trump going after the deep state and that national security, the national security state. There's and how the national security state went after both of them. There's a similarity between Trump and Reagan. We're seeing it playing out on Friday with this summit between Trump and Putin, just like there was a summit between Reagan and Gorbachev. America's back. But it's Chris Matthews, wine and cheese, lives in Nantucket. Not cheap, not cheap. Wine and cheese Democrat. And he's going to tell you with a straight face that the inner cities in America are strong. They're safe. And this is just the ramblings of a developer wanting to beautify America. No, what it's showing is that, you know what? Stop looking down and start looking up. The Democratic Party and the liberal policies look down to the ground. When you look down to the ground, you're pessimistic. When you look down to the ground, you're not seeing the potential future that's over the horizon. We are a country of I can, not I can'ts. And the Democratic Party is a party of I can'ts. They want to take from people, and their policies are not productive. So when they take over a city, the jobs leave, the productive people leave, and then all of a sudden it's spiraling into a hellhole. But let's listen to the wine and cheese multi-millionaire Democrats talk to you about how safe Washington, D.C. is.
Who are in a difficult situation on crime. And the murder rate, you can't keep saying violent crime is down, but the murder rate's up. To the average person, the murder rate's about life and death. You don't brag about a rising murder rate. And the Democrats are, I agree with you, they're falling into the trap of defending what's indefensible.
It's a trap. Yes, it's a trap. I mean, if it's not a winner politically to say, "Oh, you're wrong. Look at the data," because if one.
I don't even know why Mika even has a show, because her father funded the Mujahideen during the Afghani war with Russia, and the Mujahideen was the seed for Bin Laden. You can't make this shit up.
In a very heavily populated part of the city, people hear about it and it's visceral. They don't want it. And they'll gravitate to the person who appears to be doing something about it. So the question is, politically, what should the Democrats be saying in this moment beyond, oh no, it's not a hellscape? I mean, I don't think that's a response, actually.
Well, I'll tell you, Bowser's a good.
No, what it is that I haven't heard Mika or even Chris Matthews say anything negative about the blue-haired liberals causing havoc in these towns. He was talking about the graffiti and the homelessness, but why don't you take it in one step further, Chris? The one from Nantucket, all right, wine and cheese Democrat. Most people can't live in Nantucket, trust me. All right. Wine and cheese Democrat, not really showing the light on the blue-haired liberal trying to tear down America and tear down democracy and tear down capitalism. But let's continue with with the wine and cheese Democrats. And don't forget Mika and her father. All right. Because her father, under Carter, who was one of the worst presidents that we ever had, besides Biden, had a terrible foreign policy. It had to be unraveled under the Reagan administration. And guess what? Fast forward to 9/11, and we had all this problem with terror. But 9/11 is that's even a different story, because there was an insider job with the whole damn thing. But we're supposed to take Mika as a paragon of virtue? The acorn doesn't fall far from the tree, Mika. Let's continue with Chris Matthews, the wine and cheese Democrat from Nantucket.
Mayor. We've had some mayors in the past that aren't so great. She's a good mayor, and she's doing as best she can. I like her response. It's moderate. It's intelligent. She knows the situation. She's a Democrat, and she has to fight for the party. But I tell you, a lot of this is going to be about the Electoral College and actually the congressional elections in 26.
Get it out of your mouth, Chris. Too much wine and cheese may give you heart disease.
Because Trump is building up his base in the suburban areas and in the rural areas. He wants to win this House fight for the 218 votes he needs to win the House next time. And I think this is a lot about that, building up the red areas of Pennsylvania and states like Ohio, and perhaps losing a few votes in the city. But that's not hurting Trump any. He doesn't get any votes in the city.
Well, Reverend Sharpton, there were it was sort of got some hype, shall we say, that President Trump last time did do better in cities. He made some inroads with Black communities and the like. But this is a deeply
Let me get this straight. Al Sharpton, a man of God. He's a reverend. He's a man of God. He was caught on tax evasion. Let's listen to the virtues of Al Sharpton.
There are some, we've been talking about it all morning, some in Washington who welcome the help. Others say, no, this is a gross federal overreach, and who are legitimately worried about the symbolism of American soldiers patrolling the streets of an American city and what it could mean potentially for other cities across the country.
No, I think the concern about the overreach and what it could mean are legitimate, but the question is how you deal with it. And I think that politics is about perception. So rather than look like you're on the side of the criminal, which you're not, the data is right, crime is going down in some areas. We want all of it to go down. I think Chris Matthews raised a good point. The victims of crime, mostly in Washington, are Black. So we're not on the side of the criminal, but are we on the side of how you handle this? And that's why I think the Democrats ought to be.
Wait a minute. We had a Doge employee needing to be hospitalized because of the crime in DC. That's my understanding of what happened recently. I could be wrong, but I thought that's what happened. And they're saying, well, the Blacks are the victims, but let's take a look at the other side of the equation. Who's perpetrating the crime? The Blacks in this situation. Politics is perception. Isn't that what he just said? The Democratic Party wants to give you the perception that the Democratic Party is the answer. But they're wine and cheese. These are multimillionaires that are on set. They're going to tell you that DC isn't a shithole. Well, they're all on the take. But you have to trust Alan Sharpton because he's a man of God.
Yeah, okay, fine. Let's work together on this, Mr. President. And I'm glad you want to fight crime because you were the one who pardoned people that wanted to kill cops. You're the one that let crime happen at the Capitol and wouldn't move.
Al Sharpton, man of God. Don't you know that maybe there was something nefarious with that code in those machines that counted something that we call votes? It was never audited. The code was never audited. Now, let me get this straight. When you take a look at the statistics of a junk diffusion at 4 a.m. in the morning after the election, and all of a sudden, all the votes go to Biden in certain districts, that swings the election? Well, wait a minute. Who is moving the cheese? But he's a man of God, so you have to trust him.
3 or 4 hours, you can call the National Guard in then. But let's forget that. But I bring that up while I'm telling you to forget that. And I would also bring up, Mr. President, that we do not have federal.
Let's not forget, Al, man of God. Let's not forget that it looks like the Democratic Party used the national security state to move some votes here and other votes there. Now, when Al, the man of God, goes to the pearly gates, right? God goes, Al, Reverend Al, man of God, were you part of the party that actually overthrew the election in 2020? Were you? This is God speaking, Al. Can't lie. You're at the pearly gates. And Al's going to have to go, God, you're right. We did something we shouldn't have. And so he goes, instead of through the pearly gates, the man of God, he goes straight to hell.
here in Washington, D.C. And we can do a lot more if our senators and our Congress people in Washington, D.C. had the federal right to vote. We want to work with you to push this through, but we can't vote on the Senate floor. We can't vote on the congressional. I would do the rope-a-dope like Muhammad Ali against Foreman. I'd use his weight against himself because his record won't stand there. And then I would also say, Mr. President, you've named other cities, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Oakland, all cities with black mayors. Is that your calculus here, Mr. President?
No, what the problem is that these are cities that are run by Democrats. In the case of Adams in New York, he switched to as a independent, but that was just technicality, so he didn't have to go through the whole primaries for the Democratic Party. But he's a Democrat. So it's not really the color that's the issue. The issue is their ideology, and that's the Democratic Party. Now, it just so happens there's an awful lot of minority mayors that run their city into the ground. Look at Detroit. When it was ran by Coleman Young during the Reagan administration, Coleman Young was full of corruption and drove the city into a shithole. So when you look at the city and the state of the city, and you look at the party that's running the city, and you see that shitholes are run by Democrats, then perhaps the society needs to self-correct. But the Democratic Party really just wants, if you're a minority, Latino or Black, you should be voting in a block. You got Blacks, you need to vote for Democrats because you're Black. Heaven forbid that you vote independent based on the merit of the candidate, based on the policies. No. You got to listen to the Democratic Party. And you got to vote as a block so we maintain power. The Democratic Party is from the KKK. Literally. They have never changed. They always have been a party of corruption and forced persuasion. But Al Sharpton, the man of God, is going to tell you how things are.
You don't see people are hurting and I've named some cities that are white and say, let's go in these cities. I'll meet you there, Mr. President. Why are you only having a segregated intervention?
Somalia, the Rev makes a great point, and we also shouldn't lose sight of the fact that it's the Republican-controlled Congress that cut about $1 billion in spending, which could
look at the mayor in Boston. She's Asian, double Harvard. She went to Harvard College and Harvard Law. You would think that she would know something, but she literally turned Boston into a shithole. Asian, highly educated, Democrat.
You see, for a whole variety of programs to improve the quality of life there, including fighting crime.
Right, and homelessness. So we can agree that homelessness is a big problem. And we can also agree that crime is a big problem. Nobody likes crime. So, but here's my question.
So how do you stop homelessness and how do you stop crime? Have a better economy. Create economic clustering. How do you do that? Bring back jobs. Give incentives. Reduce regulation. Lower taxes. Allow people to look up and not down. To be an optimist, not a pessimist. The inner cities are shitholes because the productive people left, because they didn't want to deal with the high taxes and the crime. So the real answer is to think forward. Think in the idea of move forward for better prosperity, not a society that wants a hammock for everybody. See, that's the problem with the Democratic Party. They want to create an incentive where you have a certain tier of society, that's the wine and cheese Democrat, of different ethnicities. But the wine and cheese Democrat that's making the money and have the power, and then everyone below them, you'll have social services, but you're going to be paying for them through your taxation. And heaven forbid that you look up and be optimistic. Heaven forbid that you have a dream to build a rocket to colonize Mars. Heaven forbid that the United States of America becomes the first nation to be colonizing a planet or a moon. Heaven forbid. You need to just keep on looking down. Never up. Just keep on looking down and let the state take care of you. Look at this woman. Look at this woman. Now, let's say you're an educated individual, all right? And you have a few kids, let's say 3 kids or 2 kids, right? 2.1 kids, right? And a dog, right? And your son brings this woman to your home, and let's say you're a Republican, all right? Let's say you're in a Republican district, and your son, who went to a prestigious school, brings this woman to the house for you to introduce them because they want to get married. Would you let your kid marry this? Really?
And this federal push. These people can't arrest people. They can't solve homelessness. Mostly they can hold people until the regular comes. So here's the question. What do? Right? They're walking down the streets. They look really
But Daddy,
scary.
but Daddy, she's got nice glasses, and she's a special correspondent for Vanity Fair. She's an intellectual. She likes cheese and wine and Nantucket. Son, we told you to be hardworking. But Dad, she likes cheese and wine and Nantucket.
Of guns, does that prevent crime? I mean, if so, okay. I mean, it just strikes me that this is not necessarily the way to get the outcomes you want. And so that, I think, is a real question. And then the other thing that I think is important about this moment is to realize.
Well, let me get this straight. Trump basically, the last 24 hours, stated what he was going to do with Washington, D.C. All right? So let me get this straight. 24 hours, maybe 48 hours ago? I think it was 24 hours ago. The Democratic Party has been in power in Washington, D.C. with its mayor for quite a while, years. Why can't they get the job done? Why can't they fix the problem? So instead of demonizing Trump, when he said, I'm going to take over and fix it, because obviously you wine and cheese Democrats from Nantucket can't. Maybe it takes someone from New York that is a Republican that fix stuff. So they spend all this time demonizing what he can't do, what they think he can't do. Meanwhile, they never looked in the mirror and saying, why couldn't they do something? See, this is why I keep on saying the wine and cheese Democrat from Nantucket. It's America, I can't. Not America, I can. Right? America, American, I can. Wine and cheese Democrats, they're not Americans. They're Americans. That's because they look down, not up. And if you're a Republican, never have your son marry a piece of shit like this.
He is not a state because of two senators, right? Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin. So they are in this very perilous position where they don't have the protection that other states do. I mean, I don't see any way to get around that simple fact, which means that all of these people live basically without any representation.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the wine and cheese Democrats want to demonize Trump. Meanwhile, their house is a shithole, meaning the city. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Don't listen to the Democrats, because the Democrats and Big Pharma, but the Democrats in general, want to have a nanny state. And they're going to tell you that the government is going to make you healthy. The government is going to give you health care. The government is going to provide services. Don't believe in collectivism because it never works. Collectivism never, ever, 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 ever works. It's about individualism. The law of the jungle. It's about individualism. Nature, no matter if you like it or not, Mother Nature is individualism. There's a chaotic, very amoral aspect to nature. Now, for mankind to have some sort of stability in its society, it has to have some morality. And this is the reason why God, country, and family is so important. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party, especially the wine and cheese Democrats from Nantucket, want to erode God, country, and family. Which is strange with Al Sharpton because he's a man of God. So he has the affinity for the God pillar of society, but he's not so much on the family side. Abortions are okay for Al. Abortions are okay. Killing a fetus in the womb is okay, according to Al. It's okay. All right. So it's important to have those, maintain those pillars, God, country, and family. And through individualism, you'll be able to create the course that you want for life, happiness, and liberty. Not necessarily in that order. But the point that I'm making is that individualism is far better. And there's an emergent property that happens with individualism. And you have these pillars that I talk about with God, country, and family, morality in general. If you have morals and morality and individualism, you'll have a very prosperous, productive society. But when you have a nanny state, when it's about collectivism and it's eroding God, country, and family, then you have an unproductive society. So if you have the nanny state telling you, here's your sugary substances, here's the processed foods that will cause harm, but don't worry about that. We're going to give you Obamacare. You follow that logic. If you follow that line, if you let them do what they want to do, many people will have disease and many people will not get the care that they need. So you need to take a look at this from an individualistic point of view and go, if you don't take charge of your own health, no one will. So it's important to listen and realize that you got to look in the mirror and say, how can you improve your life, especially your health and wellness? And that's through a holistic approach and to mitigate problems early instead of letting them fester. So taking proper supplementation, drinking filtered water, and eating proper foods, proper diet, exercise, proper sleep, learning new things, have some spirituality or have meditative, some sort of meditative practice. When you do these things, these are all holistic approaches that help with your health. And when you couple that with stacking certain types of supplements, you can slow down the aging process. But the wine and cheese Democrat wants to tell you, don't worry about it. Just listen to them, live in the shithole that they want you to live in, and you have the healthcare that they will give you. Not the healthcare they have, but the healthcare that they'll give you. You see the difference? You see the difference? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take charge of your health. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients that will target multiple systems. It's going to help to target your cardiovascular system, your brain function, your musculature, your energy levels, and your cellular metabolism. Your cellular metabolism is going to boost up. You're going to have more energy and more vitality. It has 68 nutrients, very comprehensive compound profile. You can read the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's very important to take this every day. Now, for people that want to lose weight, this is a great way to lose weight safely. But if you don't want to lose weight and just maintain your weight, this is a great way to stay healthy and target those systems I just mentioned and to slow down the aging process. All right. Now, for the ones that want to lose weight, what you do is you take this powder and you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. And that is your breakfast or your lunch. You do that once a day, right? Breakfast or lunch, not and, but or. Now, what will happen is that you're going to lose weight safely. You just eat your normal other two meals. Don't overdo it with the calories because you want to do some calorie restriction. And then you're going to have energy throughout the whole day. Your body is also going to bring down inflammation, and you're going to also gain energy as your body is starting to burn down your triglycerides and when you start to burn down fat, you're burning triglycerides, and that's going to convert into energy. Now, what's really important that a lot of people don't realize is that you have to lose weight, all right, safely, but you have to also maintain that loss for 5 years to get the adipose cell to actually die. All right, the adipose cell goes into apoptosis after about 5 to 7 years. This is the reason why if you lose a bunch of weight, you can gain it really quick because the fat cell is still there. You just burned off the triglycerides that are stored, the fatty acids that are stored in the adipose tissue, in the adipose cell. But it takes 5 to 7 years for those adipose cells to actually go into apoptosis and you shed them. So you want to lose weight safely, and it's about lifestyle change. Now, you can change your lifestyle with good habits within roughly statistically, it's around 22, 23 days. If you do it every day, all right, and change your lifestyle, and especially 90 days. But that a key moment in changing lifestyle is 22, 23 days. And to solidify it is 90 days. But the point here is you can lose weight safely. And by working out, doing cardio, doing resistance, balancing exercises, stretching exercises, you can lose weight safely, you're building more muscle, and you'll be able to keep the weight off. All right. Now, for the ones that don't need to lose weight, taking Boomer Boost helps too, because like I said, it also helps with the cardiovascular health. It helps with brain function. It's going to rev up their metabolism. It's going to slow down the aging process. So by taking this, you're going to actually, let's say you've been taking this for 3, 4, 5 years, you're going to actually see yourself looking younger. Now, you're not going to be a 40-year-old that turns into a 2-year-old, but you could slow down that aging process and reverse some of that aging. So if you've been doing this for 5 years and you start at age 40 and you're 45, instead of looking like you're 40, you may actually look like you're 38 or 35. So it's important to do, right? So this is very powerful stuff, and you can stack this with many items that I have on my store. I highly recommend it, and for ones that do this on a regular basis, you're going to notice that your body is healing because it's getting the right nutrients and you're taking care of your body. All right? It's about individualism, not collectivism. Now, heirloom barley is a high density barley that will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water, a smoothie, right? You can take it separately, but better yet, it works even better when you mix it with the Boom Boost. Now, when you do that, you're also controlling your A1C levels. So you're helping to control your blood glucose levels. Many people in the United States are either diabetic or pre-diabetic. You know why? Too many Big Macs, too many potato chips, too much pop. That's why. Gladiator barley. You can take it separately or you can mix it with the Boom Boost. Now, Gladiator barley does everything that the heirloom barley does, but it has one added benefit. And that is, if you do weight training, it's going to help you build muscle. And by building muscle, you're going to be able to be less insulin resistant. That means that you're controlling your A1C levels. It's going to bring down inflammation. Bringing down inflammation is very important for multiple systems. Bringing down inflammation at the vascular level is going to reduce cardiovascular problems. Bringing down inflammation for brain function is going to help to maintain the myelin sheath and healthy neurons. Bringing down inflammation is going to help with the immune system. Bringing down inflammation at the joint level is going to help to alleviate some of the issues that people may have with arthritis. Bringing down inflammation after a workout means that you recover quicker. Now, if you take a look at someone that's younger, like let's say in pediatric age, when they get cut or, they heal quicker. They bounce from injury faster, right? They just heal faster. That's because they have a revved up metabolism. They have lots of ATP. They have lots of youthful gene expression. Well, if you take things that mimic that, increases your ATP, brings down inflammation, helps with your immune system, speeds up your metabolism, you will heal faster. Your body will adjust to a younger you. Now, it won't go all the way back to your pediatric days, that's for sure. But it's going to be a lot better than where you're at right now. And there's a compound benefit when you do this. So year after year after year after year, you're going to see added gains of health, wellness, and improving the different systems in your body compared to other people that are just aging. Aging is like going down a slope. Your energy levels go down. Your mitochondrial health goes down. Your immune system goes down. Your myelin sheath degrades. Your neurons don't work as well. Your memory starts to decline. You start having joint issues. You start losing muscle mass. But if you reverse all that, increase muscle mass, increase bone density, increase energy levels, boost up that immune system, improve neural health, you're slowing down the aging process. It's a really simple concept. But most Americans either don't know or don't care. And so they want to be coddled by the wine and cheese Democrats that are going to give you Obamacare. Now, do you think Obamacare is going to be better for you, or do you think paying attention to DrPaulCottrell and telling you actually how to slow down the aging process by taking research from sports medicine, taking the lessons learned from geriatric care, taking lessons learned from anti-agers in the blue zone, taking lessons learned about how the immune system works, taking lessons learned on the gurus of individuals for the last about 2 decades, people slowing down their aging process. Taking that in a mosaic is far and doing it and changing your lifestyle is far better than depending on the wine and cheese Democrat and their ineffective pharmacopoeia and big pharma solution. And if everybody did this in the United States, especially early on, and took care of their health, guess what? Healthcare costs would go down by tens of billions of dollars. So the biggest bang for our buck in terms of tax dollars to save money in healthcare is to do what I'm saying. We would save tens of billions of dollars annually. And you wouldn't need all this crap that is not very effective on the body. If you're in a disease state. Now, sometimes you do need it. A lot of times you don't. Sometimes you need it a little bit, and then if you're smart, you'd be able to wean off of pharmacopoeia and go back to a natural way of doing it. Lots of people are going to get on statins this year. Lots of people are going to be on beta blockers this year because of heart disease and because of poor lipid profile. Lots of people are going to be on insulin because they're diabetic. Lots of people are going to have neurological problems. Lots of people are going to be losing bone density. These are all of them are preventable. Let me have a caveat there. Most are preventable. Some are genetic, but most disease in the United States is preventable. Most. Some people want to make up stories and think that, well, it's just they're fatalists and they want to find an excuse. But the real reason is it's self-induced. And they go over a cliff, they reach a tipping point, and then it's too late. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow the protocol that I use. Sometimes you can't afford it. I take a lot of stuff. I understand that people can't afford what I do. But the thing is if you pay attention to me and you actually stack certain ways, you get the max benefit based on your budget. And you get huge improvements if you're consistent with it. So please go to my store, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order, no matter how big, how small. And if you spend $100 or more, you will get a free gift. So thank you for listening. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy so you're not on Obamacare, all right? Or whatever care that the wine and cheese Democrats are going to give you from Nantucket. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.